Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to our hardworking Central staff, employees, and a special good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary meeting of Thursday, July 7th, 2022 is hereby called to order. But before we begin, the legislature's summer internship program is moving forward in full force. It's really great to see the halls of the Senate bustling with young people, young energy. And I know for sure saying the youth are our future isn't just a slogan, it is a fact. Our young people are smart, they're eager to learn, and they are incredibly gifted. We need to nurture and support and challenge them, and they always rise to the occasion. They rise beyond our expectations. And I would like to introduce three young people who are assigned to the office of Senator Milton Potter this summer. Four, actually. We have three physically here with us today, and one who is not here because he could not be here in person, but he is also a part of the team. So I'm going to start with a veteran to our summer internship program, a young man by the name of Dekai Blake. Mr. Blake, welcome, good morning. Please introduce yourself to the people of the Virgin Islands.
Good day. My name is Dekai Blake. I am a recent graduate from the St. Thomas St. John Seventh-day Adventist School. I will be going to Oakwood University in the fall of 2022, where I will be studying pre-law with a concentration in political science to become a civil rights attorney.
Thank you very much, Dekai. Thank you very much. We're expecting like really big things from you. Ms. Weekly, you're next up.
Good morning. My name is Tiffany Weekly. I am a rising senior at Antilles School, and I aspire to be a military psychologist when I graduate.
Awesome. Thank you very much and welcome, Ms. Weekly. Mr. Calvert, introduce yourself to the people of the Virgin Islands.
My name is Devante Calvert. I just graduated from Charlotte Amali High School as an honor student. I aspire to be a professional gamer and streamer, and I am grateful to have this opportunity to work with the legislature where I can improve on my live streaming and broadcasting skills.
Sounds good, man. Excellent. Welcome to the Senate, and we expect big things from you in the foreseeable future. Our next student we have is Torian M.H. Martin. Torian is actually representing the Virgin Islands in, you see in his picture. Is it a baseball? Yeah, the VI national team. So he's an outstanding baseball player. I'm going to read the letter that he submitted to me. Dear Honorable Senator Potter, thank you for affording me the opportunity to be a part of the legislature's summer program. Please see my brief bio below. I am a 17-year-old senior attending Antilles School. My favorite subject is music. I'm currently a member of Diane Parsons' VI Jazz Youth Ensemble, and I'm the drummer for several bands to include the St. Thomas Junior All-Stars Steel Orchestra, Quito and the Wave Band, I show you my age, Quito and the Wave Band, and OTB. That means only the best band. Okay? You know that, Barry? Only the best. I also enjoy playing many sports such as basketball, baseball, football, and boxing. I'll be representing the Virgin Islands in the RBI 18 and under All-Star Baseball Tournament in Puerto Rico from June 7th to June 11th, 2022. This summer, I think that should be July. This summer, I will also be participating in a 2-week jazz intensive program at the New England Music Camp in Maine. I'm currently employed as a student helper at Antilles School. That's sincerely yours, Torian M. H. Martin. Our young people are doing some incredible things. We just need to provide them with the opportunity and the opportunity to shine, and they always exceed our expectations once they're given the opportunity. So again, welcome young people, and we look forward to having a very exciting summer with you. Madam Clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Present. Present.
Senator Johnson present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph present. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr.
Present.
Senator Payne present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter present. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Present.
Senator Whitaker present. Mr. Chair, we have 7 present.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We have a full house today, Senator Gittens. Colleagues, we have a quorum and we may proceed. Madam Clerk, are there any pieces of correspondence to be read into the record at this time?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Then can you please proceed by reading today's agenda into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary has scheduled a meeting for Thursday, July 7th, 2022 at 9:30 in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas to consider the following. In Block 1, the nomination of Diane E. Brooks to the Virgin Islands Conservation District. In Block 2, Bill number 340267, an act amending Act number 8473, Section 1, subsection Q3, relating to a $2,175,000 appropriation to the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation to provide for the grant of that sum to the Twin City Cricket Association for the development of the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation St. Croix Cricket Field and providing for other related purposes. Also in Block 1, Bill number 340255, an act repealing and reenacting Title 22, Virgin Islands Code Sections 1443 and 1446 to implement revisions that were made to the National Association of Insurance Commissioners Credit for Reinsurance Model Law. In Block 3, Bill number 340167, Bill number 340267, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code Title 3, Chapter 14, Section 302, relating the duties of the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation to include the duty to develop neighborhood parks or recreation areas primarily designed to provide facilities for team, recreational, or individual sports. Amending Title 3, Chapter 22, Section 401, to direct the department to identify, supervise, administer, manage, and regulate and control all sites within the territorial park system, amending Title 32, Chapter 2, to establish the Division of Territorial Parks and Protected Areas within the Department of Planning and National Resources to establish and maintain a territorial park system, amending Title 33, the Virgin Islands, the Territorial Park System Revolving Fund, and the Recreational Parks Revolving Fund, repealing Title 3, Section 308, Title 32, Chapter 4, and for other related purposes. Also in Block 3, Bill number 3468, an act amending Title 32, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 2A, Section 32, relating to the Territorial Park Board of Trustees, to increase the membership of the board, to authorize the board to appoint 2 members, to limit service on the board to 2 consecutive terms, and providing for other related purposes. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. The Honorable Calvert A. White, Commissioner, Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. The Honorable Anthony Thomas, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement. And the Honorable Vince Richards, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement. In Block 5, Bill number 340266, an act amending Title 18, Chapter 5, Section 94A of the Virgin Islands Code relating to early voting, to set the time for early voting, amending Chapter 25, Sections 661, 662, and 664 relating to absentee voting, to provide for all persons eligible to vote in elections in the Virgin Islands to be entitled to vote in any election by absentee ballot. Invited testifier, Ms. Caroline Fawkes, Virgin Islands Supervisor of Elections. In Block 5, Bill number 340212, an act amending Title 28, Chapter 29, Section 660 of the Virgin Islands Code to include additional requirements for the notice and publication of list of abandoned property. Bill number 340230, an act amending Title 18 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 110, relating to registration of electors, to require the Supervisor of Elections to compile an active versus inactive voters list within 90 days after each general election, starting with the general election in 2022. Also in in Block 5, Bill number 340274, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and A9 Trucking Enterprises, Inc., doing business as NTN Water Supply for parcel number 1-20-1, Estate Bavoni, numbers 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter on the island of St. Thomas, for the purpose of operating a water delivery, trucking, heavy equipment business, and a repair garage, and for other related purposes. Finally, Bill number 340276, An act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and the Liberty Mobile USVI, Inc., for parcel number 6-4-1, Estate Carolina, number 1, Bay Quarter, St. John, U.S. Virgin Islands, to develop, construct, operate, maintain, repair, replace, and upgrade a wireless communication facility and for other related purposes. This concludes the reading of the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we will proceed with our nominee in Block 1, the nomination of Ms. Diane E. Brooks, the Governor's nominee to the Virgin Islands Conservation District. Ms. Brooks, thank you very much for your willingness to serve. And as is customary, I'm going to ask that you please raise your right hand. This is what we do for all nominees. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give and your responses to all questions posed will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Help me God.
Did you respond, Ms. Brooks?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. We're having
help
some
me God.
challenges hearing you on this end. Thank you. Thank you. Again, Ms. Brooks, thank you very much for your willingness to serve. We are going to ask that you proceed with your testimony at this time.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Senator Milton Potter, other members of the 34 legislator committees on rule and judiciary, non-committee members, and viewing and listening audience. My name is Diane Brooks, and I am here before you today as one of the Governor Albert Bryan Jr.'s nominees to sit on the Virgin Island Conservation District, specifically as one of the non-agriculture interests for the District of St. Croix. My late husband and I made St. Croix our permanent home in 2014. Before then, we were frequent visitors since 2010. We relocated here from the west coast of Florida. We spent 20 plus years living there on a small island known as Madeira Beach. We owned 3 beach homes, and we were continually active in the lives of our children and grandchildren, along with being involved with the growth and development of our island. As the island was discovered and growth became overwhelmed, we chose to relocate back to Plant City, where we invested in several acres of strawberry fields and opened a farmer's market and nursery. My late husband was supervisor over the engineering and machining department for the model shop of a worldwide corporation. I had my degree in business and worked for a company in Pinellas County, Florida, until I retired to oversee our investments in Plant City. I am extremely interested in participating on the board for several reasons. The first would be related to when we permanently relocated to St. Croix, we contracted into a house located in Wim, and found out later it is the only house located on the direct south seaside of the island. The property had a small amount of erosion happening, but we're told we had several years before it would become of any issue. The several years became several months, and I formed a relationship with DP&R and later with the Corps of Engineers to help save the south shore of our island. Corps of Engineers showed great interest in the problem if I was willing to assist and do much of the legwork to get what they needed. This is how I got started in the adventure that I have been part of for the last 4 years, recycling. Before I got involved with the actual recycling part, I first started organizing exceptionally large cleanups on the island that included community members working together with most, if not all, the departments and branches of the government. The first was a cleanup of 60 acres that I found by accident. The beach area in front of my home, the southeast side, had much rubbery items washing up on a daily basis. So my husband and I walked the beach and then the road till we came upon a piece of land that would be absolutely stunning if it was not for the stench of rotting animals, a landfill amount of debris, abandoned cars, and rubber, so much rubber. along with one barely live dog who is now named Buster and became part of the family years ago. I had my first encounter with now Commissioner Nelson at a restaurant that my husband and I were dining at, and he was there with his extended family. They were taking pictures, and I told my husband I was going to ask if they would like me to take one of them all, not knowing any of them, but just thought it would be a nice thing to do. They were grateful, and I received a bumper sticker and thanks from the island gentleman, and I still have it in my china cabinet today. We left the island the next day, and that is when my husband said he wanted to live here. Skip to a year and a half later, we were here. There was a march to save the children from gun violence, and since we had spent many years working with high-risk children, we decided to go. There was a man in the rain, dressed in white, on a loudspeaker in the back of a truck, yelling in a microphone, and my husband and I said to each other, "That looks like the man from the restaurant." Someone said, "That's Senator Nelson." And while we knew it couldn't be him, that man was a senator. Well, it was, and he approached us later and asked if we remembered him from the restaurant, and we were both amazed that he remembered us. He was a senator. And then he said he owed us one for what we did. Well, to say the least, that went into the Rolodex in my head, and I found the property, knew something had to be done. I remembered the offer. And off to the legislator, and up the stairs, and into the office, and sat down in front of Miss Sonia Andrews' desk and said, "Hi, I am here to collect." Her response was, "Oh my." I was sure security was on its way, but no, she asked me what I needed, and I told her what the senator had told me, and that I needed help to fix, what was wrong on these 60 acres. Senator Nelson entered the room about then, and they got to work trying to figure out exactly what I was wanting. Several months later, all branches of the government were doing their part. The second adventure I started was again due to a tragic loss who was now my good friend, Senator Nelson. I came across the 4 ocean bracelets. This was after Maria had done such damage to our island. As I was looking at the bracelets, I started reading about 4 oceans, ordered the bracelets, and sent an email to the company requesting for them to come to St. Croix to help us clean our island. Well, 600 emails, and 7 months later, we had 4 oceans here on the first weekend of August 2018. We had an island-wide cleanup participating where most, if not all, the branches of the government, along with over 400 volunteers and so many businesses taking part in cleaning up our island. It was awesome. After the weekend was over, I was talking to Mafi Hammett, one of the owners of the Plaza West and now known as the Market STX. And we were both discussing how all this debris and plastic that went into these 18 bins are going to the landfill. That is when Mr. Hammett got a great idea. How about we start recycling here at the store? And to keep yet another long story short, we did, and 4 years later, thanks to our wonderful community and the market taking on the expense to ship our plastic off island to their recycled to be recycled, and we can never forget the awesome volunteers. We are removing several bales of plastic every week from St. Croix and St. Thomas and sending to be recycled to keep it out of our landfill and sea. I've been asked what else I can bring to the table. Trust me, if you approve my nomination to this board, I am just getting started and have so much in the works already to help the grassroots movement only grow. The community wants to do their part. We just have to keep giving them away too. As I close, I thank Governor Bryan for having the confidence in me and my work to nominate me to the position, as I am ready and willing to take the responsibilities. I thank you for your time and consideration. Stand ready for any questions you may have for me at this time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brooks, for your testimony. Colleagues, we will proceed with a 3-minute round. We will begin with Senator Whitaker. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Especially good morning to our testifier. Good morning, Ms. Brooks. First off, thank you very much for stepping up. It's always commendable when persons come before, decide to step up for service. And I want to just thank you. And this is such an important endeavor. And as we even spoke before, right before the hearing started, just hearing from you and knowing of the work that you do. So I'm really commend that. I will note though, as part of the process that we have to do some work on our end as well, because the statute that we're dealing with actually is from 1971, and we have to look at some amendments to make sure also too that we're at the same time as you're coming onto the board that we have the proper structure. But today's about you. So I want to kind of turn it over to you to ask direct questions to you concerning just some of the work you've been doing around working with our governmental entities so that we in fact have more, we approach environmentalism the way we should. And I also want to put out that I did have a bill on marine environmental science, and certainly I'll be looking to you and others as I move forward with hopefully getting that measure passed one day. So to turn it over to you, what has been your work as you get onto this board to really work with our governmental entities to ensure that we are doing conservation and that we are really protecting the Virgin Islands environment?
As of now or from the beginning?
What does it mean as of now? What are you doing like right now to work with, we talked about, of course, Waste Management, University of the Virgin Islands, and other governmental entities to see how, what your role will be in terms of helping to facilitate that as a member of the...
I'm not a nonprofit, and I work directly with the market. As I studied in my thing, they take care of all the cost of the recycling. I run the front end of it with the volunteers.
1 minute.
I have tried relationship with the new director of waste management, and we have seemed to have disagreements. The people that I'd worked with through my years here, Shelley Schellenberg, Dennis Brow, all them no longer are with the government, and I have had no government entity reach out to be part of my program. So property procurement, I tried to work with Administrator Senator Sanders and I was actually involved with you a little bit when we were trying to get the old recycling boys and girls next to Public Works that somehow I didn't get, which I had been given a glass crusher, was being given a glass crusher to put in there through FEMA. I was working directly with FEMA a lot after Marie.
Well, my time has been called. If I may wrap up, Chairman?
Yes, you may, Senator.
Thank you. If you would just allow you to, you'll also allow to close. What is one, I would say, maybe even a visionary long-term goal you would have for us, reestablishing a true conservation district? What would be like what you would say a top goal that you have in mind?
Well, my goal is, at one point I was all ready to have fulfilled my goal, but that I had a $500,000 grant to open a recycling center. And all I needed was the piece of property to put it on, and there was a conflict with someone else wanting the property also. But my goal is I am now working with people in the States that I have been working with for the last 2 years that got me the $500,000 for-profit grant. I'm not a nonprofit. And I have bins now, the 30 bins that I have put out to the community now that are out there. I have meetings with, if I get nominated to the board, I have meetings in North Carolina when I go for my family retreat in South Carolina in August. I've also been invited to the recycling convention in Texas to learn a lot more about the recycling. My goal is to bring a recycling center here, but to bring it as a private entity is my desire to do so, that is owned by the community. Because I've learned through my doing this recycling is the community is what's going to make this work, and making them feel part of it and letting them know that you cannot do this without them is all that works. And we started in the schools. I have 5 mentoring programs that I work within the schools that we remove plastic from the schools. Within 6 weeks, they have to remove it. We've done Proby Lawson, Claudio Marco, Yu Rivera, Arthur Richards Henderson, which no longer, but now we're working with Woodson also and Ricardo Richards. We've put in the motion-free fountains that you all got to see on your tour. Those were all put in through 11STX, which is my company, and my good friends that see me knocking on the door asking them to donate towards it. So yeah, my goal is to work with the children is my big goal, is because that's where our future starts with. And we teach them, and they love it. That just to get in there, embrace them, and let them know they're important and they're being part of taking care of their island. It's overwhelming. And
thank you.
I'm not good at this. I apologize.
You're doing quite fine. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Brooks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Whitaker. Ms. Brooks, you're doing well. You're doing well. Next, Senator James, you're recognized for your 3 minutes. Okay, Senator Payne, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning, Ms. Brooks. How are you today?
Good morning. Well, you, sir?
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. First off, what do you feel are your strongest qualifications that will be most relevant for serving on the Virgin Islands Conservation District?
When I was requested to be put onto the conservation, it was for recycling. They were adding that to the program. And we're also been invited to go into the National Association, and they also are using me as, for lack of a better word, a test tube baby to bring recycling nationally into the national conservation, because we have recycled here for 4 years. And based on the history that I've learned, and I'm sure that people are aware of, people do not want recycling from the Caribbean. And it's because we don't have the correct means to do it in the way that it's done in the States. And so my thing is just a school of hard knocks is my way of saying it. I started recycling and we've grown with it and we've learned to do it. And we're doing on a Saturday within 4 hours outside of Plaza in the tent the market in the tent, we are doing almost 2,000 pounds of plastic.
Okay, thank you for that response. Okay, thank you for that response. You mentioned that something about waste management. What type of challenges have you been experiencing trying to work along with the Waste Management Authority?
Okay, I was given a $500,000 profit that was offered to me for a profit grant that I had worked on for 2 years. I went to Dennis Brow to see about getting the property that was the old Frederickstead Public Works. And I've worked with Dennis Brow for every event I've been involved with. And so I went to ask for a meeting with Merritt to discuss with him, because Dennis had informed me that he was going for that property also. And so when I went and met with him for 3.5 hours, on a Saturday after recycling, his whole group was there, and I explained them. I had a business plan, everything set up, and I had the funding. This was not looking for money. I just wanted the property. Mr. Merritt has not yet got back to me about it.
Okay, thank you for your honest response.
And I lost because it was for profit.
Okay, and lastly, what are the most salient issues or challenges the Conservation District faces at this time?
Well, I also related to my house. I live right next to Senator Frankie Johnson. Our property are adjourned. And our house, my house is falling in the sea. I've had to relocate from my house.
Time.
And that's when I talked about with the Corps of Engineers. We had worked on a program with the earlier administration that they came here and they were going to do something about the South Shore there to stop the erosion there, and they had an $8 million grant. And that was back before Maria, and there was an unwritten law where the federal government wouldn't come here and do things on the property without permission from the local government. And so they were not allowed to come out to my house. So I have been dealing with erosion for 7 years and now have had to move out of my home. And I'd like to end that because my husband passed and that was the home with my husband. So I have been fighting erosion for 6 years. And now I have to get in touch with the Corps of Engineers because the house is falling in the sea. And so I've gotten as much knowledge as I can dealing with the Corps of Engineers and understanding that it's not the sea doing it, it's coming from the flash flooding, and educating on that. And then I owned farmland. I owned strawberry fields in Plant City. So, okay. I'm
thank you.
sorry. I
Okay.
can talk all day long, so I apologize.
Okay, thank you very much for your response and condolences and the loss of your husband. Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the time. Ms. Brooks, you'll have my support at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Payne. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to you, my colleagues, the viewing and listening audience, as well as Ms. Diane E. Brooks. Ms. Brooks, I listened intently to your presentation this morning, and I do have some questions I would like to probe to you relative to your position on this board of supervisors for the district, the Virgin Islands Conservation District. Kindly indicate to us how many persons that you have been in contact with who currently serve on this board that you are being nominated for.
The board at this time is not existing.
So
They're redoing.
So you would be the only member on the board should you be confirmed.
Oh, eventually there are going to be 13 members on the board. There are going to be 7 that are agriculture, and then 2 that are special interest, 1 from St. Thomas and 1 from St. Croix, and then the other 4, I believe, are non-agriculture also.
Okay, so I am reading from the code this morning under Title 7, Chapter 3, subsection 45. And this is from the 2019 code. It said the Board of Supervisors, which is the Virgin Islands Conservation District, shall be composed of 11 members. That's what I'm reading from. So it's 11 members. And then it goes on to how many should be appointed. So you will be the only board member on this board for the time being, and we don't know if there are others coming down the pipeline.
Okay. They have added recycling has been added. So from my understanding, there'll be 13 members on the board when this board is put together. Because recycling never was on the board, but this has been added. That's been added on, and I think one other interest was added on also.
Okay, so my concern is, I really applaud your appointment to the board. However, I am just concerned on how long we are going to have to wait for the board to be fully constituted. What is your understanding of the term limits for the board?
The term limits are, first nominations are 1 year, 2 year, and 3 year.
Time.
And then
Mr. Chairman,
I read it. I know it. I just was.
Go ahead. Finish your thought, Ms. Brooks.
The board, certain times on the board members from each island are going to be put on there for a certain amount of time. If it's your first nominee, which
takes care of this technical glitch. It's frozen on our side over here. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary stands in recess for. No, I think I'm seeing some movement now. Sorry, Ms. Brooks, we weren't hearing you for a while and you were frozen. So you may finish up your thoughts.
Oh, I'm finished.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I noted that legal counsel is present in the chambers. If I may beg your leniency to ask legal counsel what, based on Title 7, Chapter 3, subsection 45, the the composition of the board, as well as the qualifications for members of this board.
Okay. Morning, legal counsel, Attorney Sekou. Did you hear Senator Joseph's question, Attorney Sekou?
Good morning, Chair Potter. Yes, I heard the question. I'm just looking it up now on
right.
LexisNexis. So if she can give me a couple.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
you could move on to the
Yes.
other member, and I will await Attorney Sekou's response.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
kindly, Mr. Chairman, for the leniency. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the nominee, Ms. Diane Brooks. And good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I, too, want to thank you for your willingness to serve on this board. And, to commend you because I know of your passion in respect to the collection of plastic and recycling. I've engaged you in terms of delivering some of my plastic when you were over at East by Purby Larson School, as well as at the marketplace in the West area. So I'm happy for that. And we know the importance of being able to collect all plastic, so that, of course, it don't go to our landfill and then eventually end up in the ocean and those other areas. So thank you for the work that you're doing there. I must be honest that I've served 4 terms on the Rules and Judiciary Committee. I've also served as the chair of the Rules and Judiciary Committee, and this is the first time that I've seen a nominee come for this particular board, and had to take the time to then research it and see exactly what's the duties, responsibilities, and the functionality of this board. What is your understanding? And of course, you have to start someplace. And today, I'm happy to hear that at least someone was sent down for this board, and eventually some of the additional individuals will be sent down as well, so that this board could be fully complemented and be functional. What is your understanding in terms of what will be your role, responsibility, or your function on this board as it stands right now?
I was contacted 2 years ago when they were putting the board back together, and I was asked if I was interested in coming to the board for recycling, that they were going to be adding recycling to the conservation board, and if I was interested in doing that they felt that I had the best knowledge of recycling itself because I had been doing it for over 2 years on the island and successfully, along with my 5 mentoring programs in the schools. And so that I was requested to this board, and then and the NACD meetings that I was on Zoom with, they also are interested in adding recycling to the national, and I am the person that they are taking into consideration to be the first person on the national board also for the recycling. And so they're taking the lead from St. Croix, and the basis I've gotten from the information is because we've made it work for 4 years in a place that has tried very hard and failed many times at recycling.
Very well. I want to wish you good luck on this board. And like I say, I know that there are several boards that have been defunct or have not started yet, that have been on the books. We have talked about cleaning up some of those boards as well, so that we can either streamline them, consolidate them, or get rid of them. So I'm happy to hear that at least there are some individuals that will be named to this board, and we look at the additional names that will be sent down from the office of the governor, so that we could consider it. But congratulations on being the first.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the viewer and listening audience. Good morning to the testifier. Good morning, Ms. Brooks. How are you doing?
Good morning, Senator Johnson. How are you?
This day started off pretty good. I want to extend my condolence to the James family out of LaGrange. I just came from a funeral there, and they brought in some of the members of the family all the way from Ghana. And that's powerful when you can trace your roots back to Ghana, and that was a very inspirational moment for me being there this morning. So I extend my condolence. the James and Mesa tie in together. And condolence to my colleague over there from the West. That the greetings and the passing of your family members. I started off today with good spirits. And when you started talking, I got a little depressed moment. I heard your testimony in regards to you having this grant and can't get a response from the Waste Management Director to assist you in going forward with this endeavor, which is something that we really need to do and find ways. So I really commend you for making yourself available for this position and what all you're trying to do to help keep the territory clean with this recycling process. And I sure hope that the opportunity will come again that you can probably reapply for that grant, because it's very important to this small territory. As you know, our landfills are just piling up higher and higher, and plastic is one of the main things that doesn't deteriorate when it goes in the landfill. So if we definitely could get this thing going, whatever we can do to assist you, please let us know, because we definitely would like to do it. What I pretty much asked basically one question: if nominated to this board, what do you bring to the table to this board? What do you think that what are your qualities? What new ideas are you to this board?
Well, we've worked together before with Four Oceans. Just to expand, as a recycling center and my business plan that I had that would work. That plan here where the community centers would be actually recycling. The center that I had planned in my business plan was to actually have glass crushing, because people don't realize that the glass crushing here is a commodity, and the reason, and everything is a trickle-down effect, is the plans I had to utilize and make a commodity, and that's why it would be good paying jobs, because the product would be sellable. And I had negotiated with construction companies that were going to buy the sand for me to make their concrete in this business plan, because they're having to buy a whole barge every month to be shipping in here, which is costing them now close to $40 a yard, which is almost $120,000 a month.
Time.
But by being able to have a program here with the pulverizer, which does not only do glass, but it also does toilets, it does tiles, because any product that can be turned back into sand, and that it would bring a lot of cost of the expense coming down there. Everything has a trickle-down effect, that said. And so I have a passion. When my husband got sick and we went to South Carolina, he made me promise to come back here and complete what we started. And we work with the children now, and we're starting now trying to get mentoring kids in our program at the market to start learning here, so that it's just, I could go on, but there's a business plan put together. I've dealt with companies that own all these machines, set up all these machines. I'm meeting, if I get put on this board, in North Carolina with companies that had offered this grant to have access to funding, but this board access to recycling grants that can be brought into here to be used on that.
So those are some of the things you will try to engage the board in getting those grants?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That would be one of my main goals, is to get, not because we have to have it in both. We can't just have it in East and we can't just have it in West. And if you can set up the convenience centers that have the glass crusher there and have that they can see the baling of the plastic. That's what I've learned from the community. I talk with my hands when I get talking because I'm Irish. Is to see, they see us, and that's why I post pictures of my plastic dropping of the bales and seeing it shipped off and the cans being. But if they can actually see it physically happening, I have my goal for my main thing to be the old plastic place that's a sale for across from WIM is the most perfect place in the world to open a recycling center there.
The students that take part, are they able to receive community service hours?
The children that we were started with the elementary school. It's a leadership program. It's not there's 12 leaders that are picked. And so community service hours they can't do the tent where we do our recycling at now, because it has to be done correctly. And that's why our program works. I mean, literally, if a Gator bottle winds up in with water bottles, that can contaminate a whole thing. So it's very, but I started a bottle cap program with kids to get community service hours in the things. And so we saved all the caps, and then they have to write a letter understanding that each of these caps had something attached to it. So you have 10,000 caps. But when you see 10,000 cats and picture 10,000 bottles.
Thank you very much. I think we're experiencing a frozen screen once again on this side. So we're going to allow media a minute.
Take my plastic to I can't
Okay.
do it. My house
She's
is full of
back.
plastic. And so I put a feeler out for the recycling center that I was supposed to get next to Public Works, and that fell through, to see, because it wasn't being used yet, and to see if we could at least store it there and sort it there.
Are you talking about the Public Works plant in Frederickson or the one in Anna's Hope?
The Anna's Hope, the
Okay.
one I was supposed to have had that, and so we won't get into that. But and so it wound up where it wound up, and so but it still wasn't. And then a month after I did it, Sean wound up with it as a recycling center. But
thank you.
But see, the community they want to recycle. The children want to recycle.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks.
I can see that when
Senator Johnson, your time is called.
Everyone is there. I see the amount of people that deliver plastic. So, I commend you for what you're doing and your efforts. And
I don't think they have.
At the appropriate time, I'll give you my support and my vote.
And I also have the
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson.
The National Guard Armory, the Lieutenant Colonel came to my site. They came to me and wanted to start a recycling program at the Army to eliminate plastic out of. Now, the National Guard have been recycling with us since the beginning. So, I mean, the community wants this, but it has to be done by the right person. That's me.
Thank you very much, and I really appreciate your willingness to serve. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. I don't know if you guys were hearing us over here. Thank you, Senator Gittins. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Give it to her.
You're recognized for your point of personal privilege, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I believe legal counsel is ready to speak on the question I had asked relative to the eligibility, also what's the criteria, term limit, because those are critical items that we need to have a good understanding for this board. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Legal counsel, are you prepared to answer the senator's question?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed. Thank you.
Through the chair to Senator Joseph. First, I'll start with the purpose of the board as expressed in Title 7, Section 41, and it is to provide for the conservation and development of the soil, water, and other natural resources of the United States Virgin Islands, including but not limited to the prevention and control of soil erosion, the prevention of flood water and sediment damage, and the furthering of the conservation, development, utilization, and disposal of water. Now, Section 45 is a section that deals with the composition of the board and the term limits and how the board is divided. So that section says that the board, first of all, shall be composed of 11 members. 6 shall be land occupiers appointed by the governor and confirmed by the legislature from a list submitted by the Commissioner of Agriculture in consultation with the Virgin Islands Conservation District. 3 shall be appointed from St. Croix, 2 from St. Thomas, and 1 from St. John. None can be employees of the government of the Virgin Islands. 3 members shall be appointed by the governor and confirmed by the legislature from among the members of the Virgin Islands Planning Board, 1 from each of the 3 islands. 2 members shall be appointed by the governor and confirmed by the legislature who have non-agricultural interests, 1 from St. Croix and 1 from St. John. And the term of the supervisor shall be 3 years, except that of those first appointed. One of the 5 supervisors first appointed from St. Croix shall serve for 1 year, 2 for 2 years, and 2 for 3 years. And then of the 4 supervisors from St. Thomas, 1 shall serve for 1 year, 1 for 2 years, and 2 for 3 years. Of the 2 supervisors from St. John, 1 shall serve for 2 years and 1 for 3 years. A supervisor shall hold office until his successor has been appointed and qualified. Vacancies shall be filled for the unexpired term. The selection of successors to fill new or unexpired terms shall be done in the same manner as herein provided for initial members of the board.
Thank you very much, Attorney Sekou. Senator Gittens, you're recognized for your 3 minutes at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to all. First, allow me to say condolences to the families of Miss Evelyn Mesa James, who lived a good life on St. Croix, also a family member. Also to Mr. Eric Benjamin, who also lived a long life here on St. Thomas, another family member that was laid to rest this morning. Condolences to the 2 families. I also want to extend condolences to the family of the young man that lost his young life in Orlando, Florida the other day, Mr. Alejandro Guzman Jr., who is being laid to rest today as well. And lastly, condolences to the Turnbull family and the residents of the Greater Virgin Islands, which is inclusive of the U.S. Virgin Islands and the British Virgin Islands. And thank you to the Bryan administration for extending the time period for our flags to be flown at half-staff in his honor. Special good morning to you, nominee. How are you doing today? I see you're full of energy as usual.
Hi, Senator Gittens. How are you?
I am blessed. Thank you for your willingness to serve in the capacity. I couldn't think of a better person to serve on this with your passion. First, let me commend you for your dedication to encouraging recycling, specifically on St. Croix and in our schools, helping to educate our young people. I just want to ask you quickly, what is the biggest contribution you hope to bring to this board?
Recycling on plastic gone would be my dream, but I'm recycling on the island and the lack of using of plastic and finding resources that can be beneficial to the nature and going back into nature instead of going into our landfills.
Are there any plans for a permanent recycling center?
Yes, there was. Same plan I had last year. Well, hopefully, if I get nominated on this board, will be implemented this year.
Great. And where would this be?
Well, the one that I had planned, the land was why I had lost the for-profit grant. So if they have not completed anything with property and procurement, I would still like to get something going at
what area was this? Where was this? What area was this?
It was at Concordia. It was the old public works of Frederickstead. The public works there is where I originally had planned it, and now the plastic unit has come up now by the Whim there for sale, and that would be a wonderful place for recycling.
Okay, and again, thank you for your willingness to serve on this board. I do intend to support your nomination, and I do ask that you reach out to my office if we could do anything legislatively to assist you moving forward with this recycling project. Thank you so much and best wishes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Senator James. Is Senator James there? No.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Good morning, nominee. Thank you for being here and thank you for your willingness to serve. Based on Title 7, Virgin Islands Code, Section 46, it speaks to the powers of district and supervisors regarding soil conservation and what have you. That pertains to you, no?
Mine pertaining to the one of non-agriculture, but can I the other two people that have been nominated to it is the historical. For the historical oversight have been added to this also. Oh, I'm sorry. The historical site are two members that are also being added. The conflict that they're having with that right now is that you can't be a member of the governor and people that are part of the historical oversight are on the government. But those are, I knew there was 13, and when the attorney counsel read off, then I remembered what those two are. And the question is how they can get, but that was the 13 too.
Okay, so let me get to the point. All right, as far as data, you know, in the Virgin Islands, one of our biggest problems is collecting data and research. When you get into this position, once approved by this committee and body, which I'm not a member to vote, but I'm just here to support. As far as data and research, can you just give me an idea of your background when it comes to data and research, and how would you apply that to the position once nominated?
Well, I have a business degree, so on a business perspective, but from learning about recycling outside, okay, when I first started recycling, I had to go to Miami and meet with the recycler. I had to see how it was done and the way the process was done there. And I deal with the recycler, the broker. People see this big billing recycling. It's not. It's a broker that sells off the different commodities off to things. And so I had to go meet with them and see all the different type of where steel goes, metal goes, plastic goes. And so that's where my knowledge started. And then I continually learned to baling plastic, the type of plastics. People, learning that numbers used to be a formality of how they did plastics, 1, 2s, and 5s, and those no longer are the status that are done in there because there's too many falling in that category. So I work directly with the broker what plastic he can sell off as a commodity, and that's the plastic I can take from the community. And so now after 4 years, we basically have it down where they sort. The community brings it sorted. I know. These questions, I'm so sorry.
No, don't be sorry. You're doing your job. Your job is to answer the questions. I just want to know specifically when it comes to data and research, because I want to make sure that moving forward as we move into the future, because I think the governor has a 2040 and I think within the 2040 vision, it speaks to some of the ideas and concepts of recycling and all that good stuff. So I just want to make sure that as we move forward into the future, we're utilizing data and we have individuals who can put data together to make sure that as a government, we can make better informed decisions as far as policies and appropriation of funds. So you could use, Mr. Chair, she could just answer that. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Yes, my intent would be, if I got on this board, is there's so many people that do want to recycle here on the island, like the VI and different communities and stuff is to put something together on that. I am going on holiday and I am going to North Carolina to meet with prominent people, 6 people that own recycling centers throughout the Midwest. And then I have been invited to go to the recycling conference in Texas. So those are things that knowledge is power. I've been raised that way and I believe that way. And I study it, I learn it, I'm a question. I talk a lot and I don't mind asking a question and I don't mind learning and I don't mind teaching. But
I don't want to abuse my time. I'm not a member of this committee. I cannot vote in this committee, but I can guarantee you once your nomination comes to the full body, you'll be getting my support. And like I said, data drives policy, and we want to make sure moving forward we have that data so you can assist us when it comes to the Waste Management Authority as far as how we can generate revenues, and of course save the environment. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Colleagues, I believe we have exhausted our round of questions. I just have one for the nominee, Ms. Brooks. I mean, absolutely focusing on the conservation of soil and water and natural resources is particularly critical for us. We live on an island. We live on a small island in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. So absolutely, this board is particularly critical, and I really encourage Governor Bryan to make the appointments to the additional members so we can have a fully functioning committee. Absolutely fully functioning committee. I see the importance of someone with an expertise in recycling being on the board. The board focuses on the conservation of soil, water, and other natural resources. So your role and function, I think, will be very critical for the success of this board. I just want to ask you one question. What will be your greatest priority if you are approved for this board, Ms. Brooks?
To get things moving, to not talking about recycling and not talking about how we're going to do it, but to do it, get the community involved in it, give them the process of way.
Okay, we're experiencing another glitch from St. Croix in the transmission of the video. It's frozen, so. Okay, we're back. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Brooks. Colleagues, we've exhausted our line of questions for Ms. Brooks. We've exhausted our time, and we're going to resolve the vote on this matter. We're going to have Ms. Brooks put together her 30-second wrap-up, and we are going to vote on the back end just for the sake of time over here. Ms. Brooks, you're allowed 30 seconds just to wrap up your presentation.
Okay, the need for recycling is what brought me to this point. When there is nothing to do with waste, it will become an environmental problem. This is a passion for me, and you can put your faith in me, and I've worked with many senators here, and I just want to do this for the island, for the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. Your passion shines through. Thank you very much. Your passion definitely shines through. We're going to officially release you from this meeting. The committee will vote on this at the end of the session today. We'll vote on your nomination, just for the sake of, in the interest of time over here. So thank you very, very much. And
thank you.
Yes, you will absolutely have my support at the appropriate time also. Madam Clerk, can you please read Block 2 into the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Block 2. Bill number 340167, an act amending Act number 8473, Section 1, subsection Q3, relating to $2,175,000 appropriation to the Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation to provide for a grant of that sum to the Twin City Cricket Association for the development of the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation St. Croix Cricket Field and providing for other related purposes. Also in Block 2, Bill number 3443 and 1446 to implement revisions that were made to the National Association of Insurance Commissioners Credit for Reinsurance Model Law. This concludes the reading of Block 2, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to Bill number 34-0167?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Colleagues, I offer Bill number 34-0167. It's an act appropriating $2,175,000 to the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation for Twin City Cricket Association to develop a cricket field, a brand new cricket field on the island of St. Croix. This bill was already heard in the Committee of Jurisdiction, in the Committee on Finance, where it received a favorable vote, of course, and it went to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Colleagues, this is a straightforward bill, and I'm kindly asking that we move forward with this meaningful project. And if I'm not mistaken, I think I see an amendment to 34-0167 offered by the Senate President and the Minority Leader. I'm happy to know that we're considering all sports in the territory as we speak about the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation and all the projects that we have seen moving forward. As far as the Parley Joseph Stadium, in which we're still waiting for the car track, in which we appropriated funds in the 33rd legislature and the 34th legislature, and the many federal dollars that we have received. This is just an addition to our infrastructure as far as catering to the different individuals and population that we have within this community. Of course, you know, in the U.S. Virgin Islands is a melting pot. We have individuals who play baseball, we have individuals who play basketball, and of course, we have our wonderful Caribbean population that loves the sport of cricket. I'm kindly asking once again for my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill. I'm not a member of this committee, but on behalf of Senator VLA, who's also a primary sponsor of this measure, I just want to give him some kudos for really making sure that based on the advocacy and the different lobbying of the Twin City Cricket Association, that we considered this as far as an appropriation via Act number 8473. So thank you to the members of the Committee on Finance and of course to the full body who voted in favor of Act number 8473. And like I said, this bill complements Act number 8473. We're just making sure that the property belongs to the government of the Virgin Islands, the infrastructure belongs to the government of the Virgin Islands, and that the Twin City Cricket Association is just managing it. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and I ask for your vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator James. I'm going to also recognize the presence of non-committee members, Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Senator, you're recognized for...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Mr. Chair, thank you for recognizing me as it relates to the amendments associated with this measure. This morning, I intend to ask the good Vice President of the institution, Senator Novelli Francis Jr., to offer two amendments that we've been working on for quite some time to this particular measure that's before us, Amendment number 34-556. And Amendment 34-556 basically appropriates an additional $1.5 million as a grant to the St. Thomas Cricket Association for the development of the cricket field in Estate Nazareth. I know that we are all aware that the cricket field in the Cancarine area is no longer a field for the purposes of cricket. So it's our responsibility to identify a location. And this body, earlier or late last year, in the 34th legislature, we set aside some $87,000 for the Department of Housing, Sports, Parks, and Recreation to conduct a site plan study so we can look at the area in Nazareth to develop a sports complex for the St. Thomas, St. John district. So this particular measure will help us to move forward with establishing the necessary cricket field that is very much needed to bring back cricket in this district. So I'm asking my colleagues to support this measure, this amendment rather to Bill number 34-0167, as well as Amendment number 34-558, which is appropriating some $3.4 million to the general fund, from the general fund to the GRS retirement system to offset the financial shortfalls for the bonus payments under 3 VIC Section 729B for fiscal years 2018, 2019, and 2020. Of course, these funds usually would come from, by law, the lottery is supposed to issue $2.2 million to the retirement system every year, so our retirees could receive bonuses. And there's been a shortfall since 2019 up to 2021, and I'm certain we may see a shortfall in 2022. So Senator Francis and I have been working on this for quite some time. Senator Carla Joseph has agreed that this is a good measure, as well as Senator Milton Potter have all agreed, and they've all signed on for us to move this measure forward. So I'm asking my colleagues to support this. I took the liberty to ask our OMB director to please write a whether or not there's sufficient funding to cover the entire measure, which is 34.0167, which is to the tune of some $7.1 million. And all of us should have a copy of her correspondence indicating that, in fact, the amendments will result in some $7.1 million. And the measure that's before us is also supported. So I'm asking my colleagues to support this. We do have projecting a windfall in our 2022 budget appropriation revenues that's coming before us. So I see that this is something that we can do for our retirees. We know that we are challenged with the high cost of fuel, the situation with what's happening in our supermarkets, just food shortages, etc. So this is a good win for our retirees, and it's important for us to ensure that we are addressing the bread and butter issues here in the territory. So I'm asking my colleagues to support this measure, and if at the appropriate time you may sign on it as well. Mr. Chair, I want to thank you for the time. Oh, and one more thing. So this is up to 2020, fiscal years 2018 to 2020. As we work on the FY 2023 budget, whatever shortfalls that we see for 21 and 22, we'll include them in the I will be asking my colleagues rather to include the shortfalls in the 2023 budget, so we can make our retirees whole in the Virgin Islands, and they'll be able to receive their bonuses and be up to date on our bonuses retroactively and moving forward. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. So I'm asking you to support this measure. I am, of course, not a member of this committee, so I don't have a vote in this committee, but I'm asking Mr. Vice President to please move these measures forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. We'll proceed to Bill number 34-0255. Who speaks to this bill?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bill number 34-0255 is basically an act repealing and reenacting Title 22, Virgin Islands Code, Section 1443, to implement revisions that were made to the National Association of Insurance Commissioners Credit for Reinsurance Model Law. Of course, this measure was discussed extensively in the Finance Committee, and we all agreed that this is a measure that we should move forward. It is a model law, so it is just the Virgin Islands getting in line with what other states and territories are doing as it relates to insurance within their respective territories or states. So I'm asking my colleagues to support this. There were some concerns around necessary amendments. We have met with the Division of Banking and Insurance under the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, and we've all agreed that the amendments that they were asking for initially are very simple amendments and were no longer necessary, and the bill as presented and the simple amendments that we made previously are sufficient to move this measure forward. So I'm asking my colleagues again to support Bill number 34-0255 so we can get in line and ensure that the Office of Banking and Insurance here in the territory is in fact accredited. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Colleagues, we're going to go to 4-minute round. on these two bills. We will start with Senator Whitaker. You're recognized for your 4 minutes. Please recognize Senator Whitaker's mic. We're not hearing her on this end. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary stands in recess for one minute. We're not hearing the microphone of Senator Whitaker on St. Croix. Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Again, good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to Central staff. Good afternoon to listening and viewing audience. Really straightforward measures. Certainly, I am a huge proponent of cricket. A number of stakeholders who have supported. I do want to definitely say however we can support our nonprofits is really key. We still have a lot of work to do with respect to our infrastructure, and I really encourage at least this going executive budget that the Finance Committee really looks at, especially supporting our grassroots organizations. They go through a lot. So this is really, so I do commend the bill sponsor. Bill number 34-0167. We still have some way. And I also want to put out that also it becomes frustrating us as legislators where we pass measures and then it goes on to the budget process. And then goes on to the executive branch for the monies to actually be put towards the effort. And it oftentimes requires that we have to do a Herculean effort. We have to engage the Office of Management Budget, Finance, and I really want to just really encourage and implore our Department of Finance, our Office of Management Budget, certainly the requisite, in this case, Department of Sports, Park and Recreation, that we don't have people go through such a struggle to get things going. So that's our responsibility, and certainly I'm no stranger to constant engagement for persons to actually move forward with their efforts. And certainly, next bill, Bill number 34-0255, in terms of us moving forward with this model legislation, and I do thank the Lieutenant Governor's office for meeting with all of, many senators were included in the meetings. It's really important. And by way of insurance, though, I want to really emphasize that some of our longstanding issues, even with, for example, USAA and some concerns over full insurance and under that company for our
2 minutes
veterans and those family members of individuals who are part of the military service. So when we look at, and I want to add, when we look at insurance, one of the things that I also want to ensure that we have people who do good by our people. We know that a number of times we go through disasters, and many of our people are left with just really difficult companies that come here, and some who've taken advantage of our people. So my hope is really that we do better vetting and ensuring that we do more to promote more insurance opportunities for our people. And that's pretty much it. I will definitely support the measures in this block. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've reserved the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Whitaker. Senator Joseph, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I too rise in support of Bill number 34-0167, as well as Bill number 34-0255. Let me just speak on the first bill, Bill number 34-0167. I had the opportunity to sit in the Committee on Finance where this bill was being vetted. We had a very thorough, engaged discussion with the Twin City Cricket Association, and we saw a potential for public-private partnerships. I look at what has been done with the drag racing association in St. Croix to start to put drag racing on the map again in St. Croix, and knowing that we have a lot of other private or NGOs, non-government organizations, who are ready and willing to take on the challenge of getting some of our sporting facilities all aligned with doing something that I think is very critical, and that is looking at implementing sports tourism that to really help build our economy. So I am in support of this measure. I also signed on to the amendment 34-556, which would be appropriating a sum of $1.5 million as a grant to the St. Thomas Cricket Association to develop the St. Thomas Cricket Field in Estate Nazareth. This bill, in conjunction with this amendment, brings parity to the Virgin Islands, that we are not working on one district issue. We are working on Virgin Islands issue, and definitely looking to bring this great sports back to our Virgin Islands shore. So I'm in support of that, this bill, as well as its subsequent
1
amendment.
minute, 30 seconds.
When it comes. Now, let me speak briefly about bill number 34-255. I also had an opportunity, even though I'm not a member of the Committee on Finance, to sit in while this bill was being vetted. I noted that the Division of Banking and Insurance had laid out a number of challenges that they had with the bill. However, the sponsor of this legislation worked tirelessly with them to address those challenges, and we will have a subsequent amendment which deals with addressing some of the issues that were had with this particular bill. This bill is very critical because it goes towards the accreditation for the National Association of Insurance. Our division of banking and insurance under the Lieutenant Governor's office have been doing a great job in getting accredited nationally. So this is all part of that momentum to continue to keep that accreditation, to continue to assure that it is in place. So I rise in support of Bill number 34-0255.
Time.
And I want to really thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to have this time to bring forward my support of these two measures that we will be voting upon. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm in support of both of the measures in this particular block, and I'll be voting accordingly at the appropriate time. I do want to say that cricket in the Virgin Islands is considered an indigenous sport. Cricket has been long played here in the Virgin Islands, and I want to take this opportunity to commend those areas, the Shang family over in Estate St. John, that have allowed cricket to continue to exist and be played there, as well as with Scott over at the drive-in, the old drive-in theater, which allow cricket to continue to be played there. So it's really long overdue that we have been able to provide them with a facility and a location that they could call their permanent home. And I look forward to supporting this, and certainly for them to get up and running. We have so much opportunity to allow for the inter-Caribbean cricket tournaments to be played here in the Virgin Islands. As you know, they have traveled, near and far within the Caribbean to come and play cricket, and our team have gone there as well to play cricket. So we look forward to that. In respect to the amendment, I'll be offering the amendment on behalf of the Senate President, as well as Senator Dwayne DeGraff, for the $1.5 million so that there could be an establishment of a similar facility in the District of St. Thomas. And of course, Bill 34-0255, we know of the work of the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Banking and Insurance and Financial Services, and the work that they have been doing in respect to accreditation there. And here it is, once again, that there's a model law that's being moved for the purpose of making sure that they're in conformity with the National Association of Insurance Commissioners credit and reinsurance model law. So I look forward to supporting both of the measures in block number 2. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, while I have the mic, I also like to take this opportunity to extend happy birthday wishes to my wife, Avril, and to wish her the best, as well as my Senate colleague, Senator Javon James. Happy birthday to both of them today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon again. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I don't need 4 minutes, but I definitely would like to tell my youngster to the right here, my son in the legislature, happy birthday. Wish you live to see many, many more. These two bills are no-brainers. Cricket has been a sport here that I can recall my father telling me they used to play. Before baseball and softball came in, that's the sports my father and my grandfather them play, because my grandparents them was under those Danish and British rules. So I have a very long history of being a true Virgin Islander when it comes to my history and my family. So this is a no-brainer for me. I am a sportsman. I take part and look at just about any and every sport. So I'm quite sure a lot of people from the Caribbean can't wait to get up in the Oval with their parasol and wave it, as Tanti Mall would say. So these are no-brainers for me, and also the insurance board. These things are very, very, very clean-cut bills, and I applaud the sponsors of these piece of legislation and will be voting in affirmative at the appropriate time. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Senator James, Senator James, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, once again for the time. Thank you, VP, and thank you, the good senator from West, Pops, for the birthday wishes. I also want to extend birthday wishes to Calvert Dickinson. He was born on July 7 as well. And of course, I want to say happy birthday to the wife of the Vice President, Miss Oriol Johnson Francis, who I've known for many years. Colleagues, like I said, this bill is a no-brainer. And I'm happy to see that the legislature, the government, is participating and having those conversations when it comes to public-private partnerships. And I really hope and pray that once this brand new cricket field is put into place, that we maintain it and take pride in it, because this speaks to revenue generation. Once you have big cricket games on the island of St. Croix, you're going to have people from all over the Eastern Caribbean and all over the world coming here. I hope and pray at some point the island of St. Croix receive some new hotels, because this speaks of sports tourism. And I know at one point, Director Carlton Dow put out a press release saying that they are in conversations to have a brand new hotel at the airport, which is the Henry E. Rosen Airport. In the area, there should be a new hotel there. I know that we have Airbnbs, but it's not everybody who wants to stay in an Airbnb. So I hope and pray as we speak about reviving the horse racing industry, having the car track on the island of St. Croix. We also have the FIFA soccer field. We also have the Polyjoda Stadium that is due to be finished in 2023 based on Commissioner White's testimony during the budget hearing, along with his cricket field. This speaks of sports tourism. Individuals are going to come here. We're going to receive the taxes from the airport, the head tax. We're going to receive our taxes from the car rentals. We're going to receive taxes from the hotels. We're going to receive taxes from when they purchase goods and what have you. We're going to get the direct and indirect taxes.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
And what have you. So this speaks to revenue generation. This is not just about individuals jumping up and down on a field. This thing is serious business once we really put our minds together. And that is why I'm happy that in the 33rd legislature of the Virgin Islands, based on my lobbying and efforts, we were able to put $100,000 in place to revive the Virgin Islands Sports Commission. And there are some mandates in there for the VI Sports Commission that speaks to sports tourism. So listen to me, this is a good opportunity for us as Virgin Islanders to take advantage of what we have here. And this is just a contribution, another addition to our infrastructure when it comes to sports in the territory. So it's a great feeling here today. And I hope and pray that Commissioner White continue to work hard, because I must admit he is working hard, and I applaud him. So once we have this cricket field along with the other infrastructures that we have, we will see sports tourism on the island of St. Croix. So may God continue to bless the U.S. Virgin Islands. And I just want to say in closing, thank you also to the Shang family. I want to echo the sentiments of the VP. Thank you to the Shang family for allowing the cricket players to play on the field right down there, close to Elena L. Christian Junior High School, the old building. And I want to say thank you to Scott for who was the driving. I think they call it a blue bamboo now or something like that, for allowing these gentlemen and women to play down there every Sunday. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and may God continue to bless the U.S. Virgin Islands as we proceed with these meaningful legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Absolutely, I too rise in support of both initiatives that are before us today, and I commend the bill sponsors for both initiatives. The sport of cricket has incredible potential here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. I remember my brothers and I attending a cricket match on the island of Antigua. It had to be about 8 to 10 years ago, it was Sri Lanka versus the West Indies. And that was my very first cricket, a live cricket match. And the atmosphere was electric. You had literally thousands of persons from all over the West Indies, all over the world. Cricket fans came, they flocked to Antigua for that incredible match. It's an international sport, and I think our youth, and you don't often hear when we talk about cricket, we don't often hear folks talking about the potential for our youth to engage in that sport, to learn the sport, to thrive, to excel. I think we have the abilities to do well in this sport, and of course, a professional cricketer leads a very, very lucrative life. It's an incredible living that you can make with the sport of cricket. And having the facilities both on St. Croix, that's the initial bill, and the amendment to expand it to the St. Thomas St. John district, makes it a very, very, I think, positive and fruitful potential for sports tourism in the Virgin Islands. So I absolutely think that this is a potentially very lucrative opportunity for sports tourism in the United States Virgin Islands. So I absolutely support this initiative. I also support Bill number 34-0255, as my colleagues indicated. The Office of the Lieutenant Governor's Banking and Insurance have been instrumental at making some major revisions to the code, with a focus being on us maintaining our accreditation. And that is something that is very, very vital for the office. The Office of the Lieutenant Governor shared some concerns with the initial bills that needed to be tweaked. Those issues were addressed. As a result, we have the subsequent amendments that we will be considering also today. So at the appropriate time, I plan to support both initiatives before us, both Bill number 34-0167, which will expand the sport of cricket in the U.S. Virgin Islands, as well as Bill number 34-0255, to ensure that the U.S. Virgin Islands meets its accreditation requirements with regards to insurance. Senator Gittins, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all again. I certainly can't sit here and say that I can support all these amendments, but I hope that we will take a break and be able to huddle to discuss these amendments, because I remember maybe 2 weeks ago, we just held, I say we because it's a committee within the legislature, just held an amendment where they tried to assist the homeless shelter in St. Croix to grant them some $300,000. And there was a push that the property is not owned by the government and we can't give away government money like that, etc. And here it is now, we're saying, let's give an entity $1.5 million of the government money. And the property for the Cricket Association, where is this property? Does it belong to the government? We need to find out all of this to ensure, because the same way that we wanted to ensure that the $300,000 will go properly to the homeless shelter, I would want to make sure that the $1.5 million is being used properly as well. So at the appropriate time, hopefully we could take a recess, discuss this matter before we move forward, or I won't be able to support the matter until I get some clarity on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I return the balance of my time.
Thank you very much, Senator Giddens. I believe we have exhausted our round of questioning for these initiatives. Do I hear? Okay. Committee on Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. Point of personal privilege, Senator Gittens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After the recess and being able to confer with the Commissioner of Sports, Parks and Recreation and our legal counsel, I'm comfortable in knowing that the amendment that we were talking about with regards to the cricket field on St. Thomas is owned and operated by the by the government of the Virgin Islands and under the authority of the Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation. So I'm comfortable with moving forward on that. At this time, I'll ask for a motion.
Before the motion, Senator Gittens, point of personal privilege. Senator Joseph.
I called a motion already, and a motion trumps anything, Mr. Chair.
She requested a motion while you were still speaking, Senator.
Point of order. Motion trumps anything.
Go forward, Senator Gittens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the nomination of Ms. Diane E. Brooks to serve on the Virgin Islands Conservation District Board be voted upon favorably here in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Gittens, seconded by Senator Whitaker. Roll call on the nomination of Ms. Diane E. Brooks, the governor's nominee to the Virgin Islands Conservation District.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Yes. Senator Payne, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Yay.
Senator Whitaker, yay. Mr. Chair, we have 6 yay, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, the nomination of Diane E. Brooks to serve in the Virgin Islands Conservation District has been favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Committee on Rules and Judiciary will go in recess for 2 minutes. Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record. Do I hear a motion or an amendment?
Amendment?
Senator Francis, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and colleagues. I offer amendment number 34-0556 on behalf of Senator Donna Frank Gregory and Senator Dwayne DeGraff to amendment to Bill number 34-0167. Bill number 34-0167 is amended as follows. A, Section 1, page 1, line 5 by inserting and new SPR St. Thomas Cricket Field Estate Nazareth, $1,500,000 as a grant to the St. Thomas Cricket Association for the development of the St. Thomas Cricket Field in Estate Nazareth after field. B, Section 2, page 2, line 1 by inserting and the St. Thomas Cricket Association shall use the sum awarded as a grant for the development of the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation, St. Thomas Field, located at Track 1, Estate Nazareth, after Bethlehem. C, Section 3, page 2, line 3, by inserting and the St. Thomas Cricket Association after association. D, Section 4 is amended as follows. 1 and page 2, line 7, by inserting and St. Thomas Cricket Association after Bethlehem, and 2 on page 2, line 10, by inserting and St. Thomas Cricket Association after association, and E, by adding an appropriately numbered section that reads as follows. Section blank, the Twin City Cricket Association and the St. Thomas Cricket Association, in conjunction with the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation, shall implement a youth cricket development program in each of their respective districts for the youth in the territory between the ages of 3 and 21. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Francis, seconded by Senators Johnson and Joseph. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Do I have a motion or an amendment? Senator Francis, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment number 34-0560. Amendment being offered by Senator Donna A. Frank Gregory. Amendment to Bill number 34-0167. Bill number 34-0167 is amended by inserting a new appropriately numbered section to read. Section blank. Act number 8476, Bill number 34-0111, Section 1 is amended in the following instances. 1, striking the sum of $21 million and inserting $21,650,000. 2, striking the line item GRS obligation and inserting legislature summer employment and intern program and in its stead. And 3, strike the line item wage adjustments for central staff at $650,000 in its entirety. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Francis, seconded by Senator Johnson. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Amendment.
Senator Francis, please proceed with your amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I offer amendment number 34-0558 on the behalf of Senators Donna Frank Gregory and Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. to Bill number 34-0167. Bill number 34-0167 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section to read. Section blank, there is appropriated in fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022, the sum of $3,434,994.14 from the general fund to the government employees retirement system to offset the financial shortfall for bonus payments under 3 VIC subsection 729B for fiscal years 2018, 2019, 2020, with the funds to be distributed as follows. FY 2018, $1,015,000 and $5.93. Fiscal year 2019, $928,825.37, and FY 2020, $1,491,162.84. B, The payment of funds appropriated in subsection A must be made on or before September 30th, 2022. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Francis, seconded by Senator Johnson. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion.
Senator Francis, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 34-0167, an act amending Act number 8773, Section 1, subsection Q3, relating to the $2,175,000 appropriation to the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation to provide for a grant for the sum to the Twin City Cricket Association for the development of Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation, St. Croix Cricket Field, and providing for other related purposes as amended, be approved by the Committee of Rules and Judiciary and sent to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Francis, seconded by Senator Johnson. Seconded by Senator Johnson and Senator Carla Joseph. Roll call on Bill number 34-0167 as amended. Please recognize the clerk's mic.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Yes. Senator Payne, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Yay.
Senator Whitaker, yay. Mr. Chair, we have 7 yay.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 34-0167, an act amending Act number 8473, Section 1, subsection Q3, relating to a $2,175,000 appropriation to the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation to provide for a grant of that sum to the Twin City Cricket Association for the development of the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, St. Croix Cricket Field, and for providing other related purposes as amended, has been favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Do I hear a motion?
Amendment.
Amendment, Senator Francis, you're recognized for your amendment.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. And of course, this will be amendment to Bill, amendment number 34-564, an amendment to Bill number 34-055, and this being offered on behalf of Senate President Donna A. Fred Gregory. Bill number 34-0255 is amended as follows. A, on page 12, line 5, by inserting and after deficiency. B, on page 21 as follows. 1, on line 13, by inserting adapt after may, and 2, on line 15, by striking paragraph 1 of this subsection. C, on page 22 as follows. 1, on lines 5 and 10, by striking this section and inserting subsection B. 2, on line 12, by striking subsection H and inserting section 1443H. And 3, on line 17, by inserting is before certified. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Francis, seconded by Senator Johnson and Senator Joseph. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion.
Senator Francis, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and colleagues, I move that Bill number 34-0255, an act repealing and reenacting Title 22, Virgin Islands Code sections 1443 and 1446 to implement revisions that were made by the National Association of Insurance Commissioners' credit for reinsurance model law as amended be approved by the Committee of Rules and Judiciary and sent to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Francis, seconded by Senators Johnson and Joseph. Roll call on bill number 34-0255 as amended.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson?
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr.? Yes. Senator Payne, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter?
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker?
Yay.
Senator Whitaker, yay. Mr. Chair, we have 7 yay.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, bill number 34-0255, an act repealing and reenacting Title 22, Virgin Islands Code, sections 1443 and 1446, to implement revisions that were made to the National Association of Insurance Commissioners credit for reinsurance model law has been, as amended, has been favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda for block number 3?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Block 3, bill number 340267, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 18, Section 302, relating to the duties of the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation to include the duty to develop neighborhood parks or recreation areas primarily designed to provide facilities for team, recreational, or individual sports. Amending Title 3, Chapter 22, Section 401, to direct the department to identify, supervise, administer, manage, regulate, and control all sites within the territorial parks system. Amending Title 32, Chapter 2, to establish the Division of Territorial Parks and Protected Areas within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to establish and maintain a territorial park system. Amending Title 33, Chapter 111, to establish in the Treasury of the Virgin Islands the Territorial Park System Revolving Fund and the Recreational Parks Revolving Fund. Repealing Title 3, Section 308, Title 32, Chapter 4, and for other related purposes. Bill number 340268, an act amending Title 32, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 2A, Section 32, relating to the Territorial Board, Park Board of Trustees, to increase the membership of the board, to authorize the board to approve 2 members, to limit the service on the board to 2 consecutive terms, and providing for other related purposes. Invited testifiers, the Honorable John P. L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, the Honorable Calvert A. White, Commissioner, Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation, the Honorable Anthony Thomas, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement, and the Honorable Vince Richards, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement. This concludes the reading of Block 3, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to bill number 34-0267?
I do, Mr. Chair.
What was that?
Senator Carrion.
Senator Carrion, you are recognized for your introduction. Please proceed.
Thank you, and good afternoon to you, Mr. Chair, to all the committee members, testifiers, and the viewing and listening audience. The primary goal of this legislation is to place the territorial park system under the leadership of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, while also creating a division of territorial parks and protected areas to ensure that the people of the Virgin Islands will always have access and ownership to specific land masses that have educational, cultural, and historical value. In addition, we are securing our protected areas, which is critical to our collective survival. This idea of protecting our most valuable resources, our island's land and sea, did not emerge overnight. The late Governor Cyril King recognized the importance of developing a territorial park system specifically for conservation purposes to ensure that the people of the Virgin Islands will always have access to the territory's natural, historical, and recreational riches. Following this discussion with various stakeholders about the bill, it was decided that the measure needed to be amended to include language requiring the Commissioner of DPNR to form a committee with specific individuals to create and implement a long-term comprehensive conservation plan and program. We already have several nonprofit organizations in our territory working on identifying similar spaces. Working with these organizations will be an excellent opportunity for collaboration as we work to preserve America's paradise. Bill 34-0268 amends the Territorial Park Trust Funds Board, increasing its membership from 5 members to 7 members. The governor will appoint 2 additional members, one from the District of St. Croix and the other one from the St. Thomas, St. John District. The law also prohibits appointees from serving more than 2 consecutive terms. Colleagues, I also have an amendment to clarify some language in the bill. Currently, it states that the board will appoint additional 2 members, but the powers will remain with the governor to avoid any conflict. This measure is critical in ensuring that our board is fully complemented. Your assistance is required, colleagues. Let us move this measure forward in the spirit of safeguarding our island for the sake of our people and for the sake of our children and generations to come. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I seek the support of my colleagues moving both of these measures forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Who speaks to Bill number 34-0268?
I do, sir. I just spoke both of them together.
Okay, you.
So.
Okay. If you blended both of them together, Senator Carrion, that is fine.
Yes.
That is fine.
Thank you.
Okay. Colleagues, we have a couple testifiers before us today. We're gonna take maybe a 2-minute break just to ensure that our final testifier is available. Okay, so this Committee on Rules and Judiciary stands in recess for 2 minutes. Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record. Next item on the agenda is Block 3. Madam Clerk, did you read Block 3 into the record? Thank you very much. We have a few testifiers here before us today. We have the Honorable J.P. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, the Honorable Calvert A. White, Commissioner, Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. We have a Deputy Commissioner of Department of Property and Procurement, Mr. Vincent Richards. We will start with you, Commissioner Oriol. Welcome. You may proceed with your testimony, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good afternoon, Chairman Potter, other members of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands Committee on Rules and the Judiciary, non-committee members and legislative staff present, and members of the viewing and listening public. I am Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, along with the Honorable Calvert White, Commissioner of the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, and Deputy Commissioner Vincent Richards of the Department of Property and Procurement. We are here today to provide testimony and offer full support for Bill number 34-0267, which amends Virgin Islands Code Title 3, Section 302, relating to the duties of the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, to include the duty to develop neighborhood parks or recreation areas, primarily designed to provide facilities for team, recreation, or individual sports, and to amend Title 3, Chapter 22, Section 401, and Title 32, Chapter 2, to establish the Division of Territorial Parks and Protected Areas within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. We're also in full support of Bill number 34-026H, which makes specific amendments to the Board of Trustees for the Territorial Parks System. DPNR fully endorses the intent of this legislation to ensure that our unique habitats and ecosystems and the cultural and historical resources of the Virgin Islands are not further destroyed by development pressures and are protected and utilized for the long-term benefit and enjoyment of present and future generations. To fulfill the mandate of this bill, DPNR will be asked to formulate and put into execution a long-range comprehensive conservation plan and program to acquire, where appropriate, privately and publicly owned properties that are suitable for development as parks or protected areas, and by operating a territory-wide system of parks and recreation programs for the cultural, educational, recreational, environmental, and economic benefit of the people of the Virgin Islands. The department envisions recreational areas that will be developed in furtherance of activities to include outdoor recreational activities such as camping, picnicking, hiking, biking, horseback riding, environmental education, sightseeing, boating, fishing, swimming, and other similar recreational activities. This newly established system of parks, however, shall not be responsible for the development of neighborhood parks or recreation areas that are mainly designed to provide facilities for team or individual sports, which will continue to be entrusted to the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation pursuant to Title 32. The public areas within the U.S. Virgin Islands are wonderfully diverse and exist throughout all 4 islands and many offshore keys. We support Governor Ryan's mission to mandate that these precious natural resources be readily available to all citizens of the territory, with a conscious attempt to offer facilities and recreational opportunities in a low-impact manner that protects the land. Following the successful passage of this legislation, we envision increased collaboration with our natural resource protection partners, along with the promotion of recreational activities throughout our islands. This concludes my testimony in support of Bills 34-0267 and 34-0268. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have to the best of my abilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Oriol. Commissioner Calvert White, you are now recognized for your testimony.
Good morning, good afternoon, sorry. Honorable Milton E. Potter, Chairman of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, members of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States, honorable senators, central staff, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Calvert White, Commissioner of the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation, here to provide testimony and offer full support for the Territorial Park System legislation. Implementing this legislation would allow DSPR to focus primarily on its sporting and recreational facilities while still giving full support to DPNR. While the bill works its way through the system, DSPR will continue working on the territory's comprehensive outdoor recreational plan to ensure that the new Territorial Park Division within DPNR receive added federal funding. The Land and Water Conservation Fund Act of 1965 was enacted to assist in preserving, developing, and assuring accessibility to all citizens of the United States of America quality and quantity of outdoor recreational resources. The Land and Water Conservation Fund State Assistance Program authorizes the Secretary of the Department of Interior, delegated through the Director of the National Park Services, to provide financial assistance to states for outdoor recreational purposes. This appointment is directed yearly by Congress. To be eligible for assistance through the LWCF program, states must prepare and maintain a statewide comprehensive outdoor recreational plan, or SCORP, or T-Corp for territories. The T-Corp is a 5-year plan that evaluates and demand and supply of public outdoor recreational resources throughout the territory and identifies capital investment priorities for acquiring, developing, and protecting our outdoor recreational resources. The most recent T-Corp expired in 2019. In FY 2021, DSPR received a $10,000 Technical Assistance Program grant from the Department of Interior to temporarily build our grant writing capabilities. With the TAP, we have contracted the services of a grant writer to assist us in completing the application for a planning grant available from the Department of Interior National Park Services Land and Water Conservation Fund program. The planning grant, which is estimated about $200,000, is available to states and territories to develop the Territorial Comprehensive Outdoor Recreational Plan. The completed T-Corp will need to be certified by the governor that ample opportunity for public participation has taken place in plan development before the LWCF approves it. There are minimum requirements the T-Corp is expected to meet before it is approved and considered final. Once the new T-Corp is approved, DSPR, who is currently the state liaison officer until it's transferred to DPNR, will be able to access the funds appropriated to the territory by Congress yearly, an estimated $1.2 million. I think that number is now 1.6. These funds are awarded to various projects through an open project selection process to assure equal opportunity for all eligible project sponsors and all sectors of the general public to participate in the benefits of the LWCF State Assistance Program and to enable the territory to address and meet priority outdoor recreational needs. Thank you for listening, and I stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Commissioner White. Deputy Commissioner Richards, you are now designated to provide us with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair Potter, Vice Chair Giddens, committee members, Senators Francis, Joseph, Johnson.
Commissioner Richards, can you speak into your mic? We're not. Yeah. It's on.
Is that better?
Much better.
There you go. I'll start over. Good afternoon, Committee Chair Potter, Vice Chair Giddens, committee members, Senators Francis, Joseph, Johnson, Payne, and Whittaker. Bill sponsor, Carry On. Other senators, legislative staff, and fellow testifiers. I am Vincent Richards, Deputy Commissioner of the Property and Printing Divisions of the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement. I appear pursuant to your invitation to offer testimony on behalf of Commissioner Anthony D. Thomas in support of Bill number 34-0267. The department testified in support of the proposed before the Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreations on June 27, 2022, and will continue to support the measure. The department understands that Bill number 34-0267 will clarify roles and responsibilities regarding public parks between the Department of Planning and Natural Resources and the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. Primarily, the department understands the Department of Planning and Natural Resources will have responsibility for territorial parks and protected areas as defined in the proposed bill, and the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation will maintain responsibility for neighborhood parks and other areas for individual recreational use. The Department of Property and Procurement will support the Department of Planning and Natural Resources in identifying properties which can be included in the territorial park system being proposed by Bill number 34-0267. In those efforts, the department will also support the Territorial Parks Board of Trustees in carrying out its duties relative to the territorial park system. DPP has identified the following government-owned properties which can be developed and marketed for the uses identified in the bill. 30 properties have been identified on St. Thomas, namely Shark Island, Cocculus Rock, Cass Key, Carval Rock, number 33, Estate Mandal, number 1, Neltyburg, Calcum Key, Turtle Dove Key, Dutchman Cap, Salt Key, West Key, Big and Little Flat Key, Little Sabre Island, Buck Island, Capella Island, Outer Brass, Dog Island, Congo Key, Bavoni Key, Water Island, Area A, Sprat Bay, or portion of, Water Island, Track A, also known as Fort Sagara, parcel number 6, Hassel Island, parcel number 7, Hassel Island, number 5, Gamlin Nordisfy, number 8, GK Litton's Fancy, a portion of Tarnyborg, a portion of Agnes Fancy, a portion of Denmark Hill, parcel number 8, 5B, Estate Rapoon, and parcel number 300, Hospital Ground. 3 properties have been identified on St. John, namely Stevens Key, number 1 and 1B, Hawk's Nest, aka also known as Oppenheimer Beach, Perkins Key. 10 properties have been identified on St. Croix, namely Kramer's Park, number 1, Long Point and Cotton Garden, number 4, Long Point and Cotton Garden, number 5, Long Point and Cotton Garden, parcel A, piece of land, East Point, also known as Point Udall, Fort Augusta, also known as Altoona Lagoon, number 5 and 56 Salt River, Estate Windsor, Estate Lebanon Hill, a portion of, Great Salt Pond, and number 5 and number 6 Great Pond, also known as Camp Arawak. Geospatial images for the properties identified above are included in Exhibit A. Exhibit A is attached to the testimonies provided for your ease of your reference. The Department of Property and Procurement will work collaboratively with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources in refining the list of properties for the inclusion in the territorial park system. This concludes my prepared testimony, and I'm prepared to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Commissioner Richards. We're going to designate, I would say, 4 minutes, 4-minute rounds. I really believe, I'm excited about this initiative. Kudos to the bill sponsor. I really believe that any community that scores high, if you look at those magazines or those media reports, any community that scores high on places that people will love to live, places with, positive quality of life ratios, those are communities that have a good park system. So park system is something that is very, very important. And I'm excited to see that we have begun to lay the framework for developing such an initiative here in the territory. I want to ask Commissioner Oriol, how does the system of parks play into the pending comprehensive land and water use plan that I know DPNR is actively working to make a reality?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So it's a very large portion of the plan. I mean, one can say that if you can identify your areas for conservation and preservation right away, then you can secure those immediately, and then the remainder of you accordingly.
Commissioner, we lost about 30 seconds. So maybe if you can repeat your statement.
Sure. So what I was saying is that if you identify very early on in your planning stages what areas are most important for conservation and preservation, then you can basically remove that from the remainder of what your planning purposes, your planning exercises are, because they are deeded specifically for those. So conservation is the idea that you allow a limited amount of low impact activity, and then preservation is where you completely want it to be managed as uninterrupted green space, whether that be attributing to productivity, wildlife, those types of things. But as part of the planning process, that's one of the things that you can do pretty much immediately, is identify where those are most important and then set them aside for the remainder of your planning exercises.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Colleagues, we'll do a 4-minute round, and we're going to start with Senator Whitaker. You're recognized for your 4 minutes, Senator.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon once again. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. And good afternoon to our testifiers. I first off certainly join as one who's joined on one of the two measure as one who has been really working on addressing my constituent concerns. There are a lot of issues with conservation throughout the territory. Commissioner Oriol in protect.
We lost you for about seconds over here, Senator Whitaker. So I don't know if you want to repeat.
Okay. Sure, let me start.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So I was expressing I said, if you, last words you heard, I commended the prime sponsor, but to Commissioner Oriol, I'm expressing the fact that we are losing a lot of our beach property. We're just losing a lot of, when conservation effort, we're gonna have to move steadfast in initiatives to really work to ensure that we are conserving our spaces. To Commissioner Oriol, what the question I have for you is: do you have the staff in place in order to achieve this plan, or are you going to need consultants? How would we achieve the strategic efforts for this plan to move this forward once passed?
So, thank you for the question, Senator. So, to put together the plan, we will need consultants. And once I put the consultants in place and we identify what the operating plan will be, we will then also need to hire additional staff for the proper management.
Thank you, and I hope that through the budget process, you're already contemplating that effort and putting forward through your budget. To Commissioner White, you do recall, along with actually Commissioner Anthony Thomas, I reached out concerning Lagoon because already
2
in the
minutes.
law, a plan to make Laguna recreation area. Give that as an example. How do you endeavor? Because when we discussed it there at that time, of course, I indicated to you that there needed to be a plan. How are you going to, in collaboration with DPNR, work to achieve the goal of a comprehensive plan? How do you feel yourself fitting in executing this plan?
Who's the question for, Senator? Me?
Yes, you, Commissioner White. How would you best support that? Because we're behind on a lot of plans, Commissioner, as you know. We're behind on the Lagoon plan. There are a lot of planning that we're behind on. All right. So how do you see this fitting into your priority of planning? Where does this fit within your priority and working with Commissioner Oriol and the others?
Calvert White, Commissioner of the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation. So, Senate, we've already started using that area for recreational purposes. Within the last year, we installed a fit lot, which is the outdoor exercise equipment. Currently, we have our swim programs going on over at that area. We have a concession building over there. So the property is currently being used for recreational purposes. Again, the plan that we are going to be doing with the T Corp, DPNR is involved in this plan. Usually when I have meetings with the consultants about this plan, Mr. Commissioner Oriol is usually contacted to be involved in those. So we will continue to work together moving forward. And like I said, currently that plan is in Sports Park and Recreation hand. Once this legislation goes through, it'll be transferred. But until then, we'll continue working with DPNR to make sure that we move forward with the getting them funds for this.
Time.
Thank you. And may I wrap up, ma'am?
You may wrap up, Senator.
Thank you. And as a final to Mr. Vincent, Deputy Commissioner Richards, on behalf of Commissioner Thomas, we routinely find that there are a lot of barriers in dealing with, in really dealing with property and procurement. Anytime there's some planning in place, have you already engaged in any efforts regarding this plan? Have you already reached out to start working with your colleagues in order to effectuate this plan? Initial work regarding this plan?
Vincent Richards, Property and Procurement. Senator, I work with both Commissioner Oriol and Commissioner White's teams on a daily basis in one way, shape, or form. We have spoken at length about this initiative, and our list that we've offered here is only a starting list, and we're going to continue to refine it more and more every day, and propose additional properties to place into the system. Just sitting here, there was a couple properties that the Commissioner White suggested that be added to the list as well, and we're gonna continue refining the list, as I said. So one thing I could tell you is that property and procurement has been moving forward with computerizing and cataloging the government's inventory of properties. And that program that we're gonna be rolling out real soon is gonna basically give these two agencies the ability to synchronize the cataloging and the management of the government's property. So short answer to your question is yes, we've already started in different ways, but we have started. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Whitaker. Senator Payne, you are recognized, sir, for your 4 minutes.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon. Commissioner Oriol, in your testimony, you mentioned DPNR's mandate to formulate a long-range comprehensive conservation plan and operate in a territory-wide systems of parks and recreation programs for the cultural, educational, and recreational environment and economic benefit of the people of the Virgin Islands. What other agencies and organizations will DPNR interface with in formulating this plan when operationalizing a territory-wide system of programs?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So again, internally within the executive branch, we'll be working with Property and Procurement. We'll be working with the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, just on the operational side of things. Externally, partners that have been, that we have worked with for years, such as the St. Croix Environmental Association, the Nature Conservancy. We currently do a lot of work with them on the east end of St. Croix right now. So in order to have a lot of this come to fruition, the government is going to manage, but there are also going to be some private sector opportunities through concessions and other available recreational opportunities. And so we won't be limited in who we work with, but the idea is to create the different opportunities, particularly on government property. And then if we identify areas that are even more significant, then we identify ways to secure them from the private sector as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your response. And what's the rationale for dividing the jurisdiction of development of neighborhood parks and recreation areas between DPNR and sports park and recreation?
So the rationale is a lot of those neighborhood parks already operate and assist with the teams related sports like Winston Ramo, Canagata, Emil Griffith. So those team and individual sports related facilities are sort of the bread and butter of the Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation, and sort of carving them out and leaving the natural parks and the low impact type of activities in DPNR goes a little bit more towards the mandate of planning and natural resources.
Okay, thank you for your response. And Commissioner White, what type of issues surrounding demand and supply of public outdoor recreation resources have you recognized on each island, beginning with St. John?
Repeat your question for me, Senator.
What type of issues surrounding demand and supply of public outdoor recreation resources have you recognized on each island?
Specifically on St. John, I'll start there first, is basically space. There's limited space to put recreational facilities on St. John. And then the other issue would be funding, Senator. Just being able to pay for new facilities. We are fortunate that through some hazard mitigation funds, we are going to be doing some great things with our new recreational center on St. John. That is in the design stage right now. But a lot of the time when we talk about outdoor recreational spaces, the two main issues would be, location and funding.
Okay. And since you mentioned outdoor recreation spaces, you have any plans currently being considered to cover the outdoor basketball courts in the neighborhoods as persons refrain from utilizing the courts until the evening when the sun actually sets?
Repeat that again.
Okay.
Time.
Are there any plans, Mr. Chair? Can I just finish with them? Are there any plans currently being considered to cover the outdoor basketball courts in neighborhoods as young persons refrain from utilizing them until the evening hours when the sun actually sets?
Yeah, absolutely. I testified before the Committee of Finance, I think 2 days ago. One of the projects that both Senator Carrion and Senator Vele had a conversation with me about is those outdoor coverings. We've seen a lot of those in our neighborhood island, which is Puerto Rico. Unfortunately, I think when the conversation first started about those coverings, we estimated them costing about $150,000. To date, the price for those outdoor coverings has now doubled. So we're talking about $300,000. There is some alternative ways that we could look for covering. In St. John, we have sails now. The people are using sails for covering. If you looked at the basketball court, the bleachers are covered not with galvanized or hard covering, but sails, which is where a lot of recreational facilities worldwide is now moving to. So that's something I'll probably be having a conversation in the near future with Senator Carrion to see if that's an option of us covering our outdoor facilities.
Okay, thank you very much for your response. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Payne. I think Senator Payne is onto something. Just driving home this summer, any day during the week. for lunch. Those basketball courts are bare. Nobody is out there in the blazing heat playing any basketball. So I think it really would be a wonderful thing if we had some alternatives to provide coverings and shelters during the hot day for persons to engage in basketball. So, Commissioner, I think that is something that I hope can become a reality.
I'm smiling because, you know, when I grew up as a child, the
used to go out
sun
in the hot
wasn't an
sun.
issue. We love playing in the sun. So today when I hear parents saying the sun is too hot to go outside and laugh, I kind of chuckle, but
The heat is
I
hotter.
understand that times have changed.
It has, and it's a lot hotter today than it was yesterday. Global warming. Senator Francis there? I'm not seeing Senator Francis. No.
I'm right here, sir.
Sorry, Senator Francis. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
There's a different sun today from what we had when we were children. I certainly global.
Same sun, different children.
We're still having another technical issue with the cameras, so hoping that within a second. Okay, Senator Francis, you for about 30 seconds. Not 30, maybe about 15 seconds. So you can go ahead and proceed.
If I could get my 15 or 30 seconds back, I'll appreciate it.
You could definitely get your 15 seconds back.
But nonetheless, again, I want to really commend the bill sponsor on this particular piece of legislation. This is something that's near and dear to my heart, as well as the government entities that have come together to really collaborate and move this legislation forward and agree of the importance of moving the legislation. It is necessary. We don't want to become a concrete jungle. We just spoke about the climate change and global warming that's impacting our community. It also falls in line with, certainly my push and advocacy for designated portions of the Virgin Islands as a national heritage area. There's a tremendous amount of funding that's available to support that initiative and making that happen. Where we're creating green spaces, we're creating a bike path, cultural and heritage trails and tours. I think it's critical that we're doing that. All the tourists don't want to just come here to be able to shop. They want to enjoy our beaches. They want to enjoy our culture. They want to enjoy our trails. They also want to do bird view. In Costa Rica, they have a whole bird tourism that's and we have a number of indigenous birds that's really indigenous to the Virgin Islands. So I'm truly excited by this. I'm hoping that we're able to create an atmosphere and environment where we allow the public to have an input on this particular measure, whether it's through charrette, whether it's through public meetings or whatever, that we could get their collaboration and what it means to designate some of these areas as territorial parks. I certainly support the public-private partnership, but I don't want where we're creating barriers. We're creating hardship for our locals to be able to access, some of these parks,
2 minutes,
beaches, or where designated. I think that will be counterproductive to everything that we're trying to see here. Certainly, Commissioner Oriol, I know as a conservationist, that you a lot of times have difficulties in being able to balance the economy, versus the protection. And I appreciate the fact that you have really embraced this notion of the responsibility that you intend to undertake, and have really collaborated with Sports Park and Recreation to make this work. Can you speak to any in-depth discussion that you have had in respect to how do we really roll this out, so that we don't allow for any fallout, and that in fact there'll be a smooth transition, or you allow for through a MOU or MOA the ability for Sports Park and Recreation to continue to administer these territorial areas despite the possessive ownership coming under DPNR and truly under the planning and research, but also through DPNR.
So thank you for the question, Senator. Yes, we have had in-depth discussions, and that's particularly why I believe 34-0268 is on there. It specifically, what we were making sure that we did not do is remove a revenue funding source for Department of Sports, Park and Recreation, and now the transfer would take away that revenue generation that assists with the maintenance of parks. And so by creating or separating out the Territorial Park System Fund from the Recreational System Fund, we're thinking about that from what happens to the operations of DSPR.
Time.
Mr. Chair, if I may conclude.
Yes, you may.
And so we have had in-depth discussions as to what are the consequences of actually transferring the authorities that are in there, and what are the fallouts from those. And so that led us to realize that we needed to ensure that an MOU for the areas that are already under active management by the Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation, to continue those efforts, to be able to continue to their revenue generation, and then also having access to the funds directly for those sporting facilities and creating sort of this new pocket of funding that would go direct.
Once again, I'm seeing something similar on St. Croix. Okay, it looks like it's unfrozen now.
And adopted.
Very well. Thank you very much for your response there. And Mr. Chair, I'll just wrap up by saying that I like the Megan's Bay Authority concept, making sure that we're improving our infrastructure. I've been going to Kramer's Park for the last 40 years. And while I must say that Sports Park and Recreation is doing their best to maintain that facility, I like to see us take it to the next level, where we're really improving and getting it up and running. And I believe through an authority, we could be able to see that happening. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I look forward to supporting these measures. And again, I want to commend the bill sponsor and this bold initiative and getting this in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. As the previous speaker mentioned, the Megan's Bay Authority is what I would hope is going to be used as a model to really implement the territorial park system that is being proposed in these two measures before us, Bill 34-0267, as well as Bill number 34-0268. Has there been any conversations or discussions, Commissioner Oriol and Commissioner White, regarding using the Megan's Bay Authority model as part of your plan to actually implement and enact these two legislations should it become law?
Not specifically, Commissioner White, not specifically the model of Megan's Bay, but to add to what you're asking, part of us getting the funding from the National Park Service is it's mandatory that we involve the public in this plan. So there will be public involvement. I think the reason why Megan's Bay is so successful is part of it is their funding sources they charge to come into that facility.
And before you go on, is that something that is going to be considered a fee for upkeep? Because all of our parks, we have upkeep and expenses that are incurred. People litter, you have to get people to go out and services to go out to remove the litter. I just heard on the radio station recently that you had to send somebody to one of the ball fields because some overturned trash bins and the like. That's costly. It's costly because that person may have been working on something else. So
2 minutes.
Are we looking at having these hearings and using a model that works, because everybody know Magens Bay Authority, it works. Most of our people do not complain about it once you understand and you are accounting for the money and the resources, and you have accessibility to the sites about paying the cost. Is that something that is being contemplated or discussed?
The short answer for DSPR would be yes. We've talked about charging to some of those facilities. Again, once we get the public involved, I'm sure you're going to have some backlash about charging to get on the public beaches. It'll be interesting to see when we put that out for Kramer's Park, how the community reacts to being charged.
And also, Commissioner Oriol, what about moorings putting in place, especially for our outlying keys? Because we don't want a system or any type of issue when we have coral reefs, which really is at risk because of global warming and climate change, being further adversely impacted. Most of us in here love fish, and all of us know that the fish that we eat, how they survive in their habitat is from eating the corals and its inhabitants and the coral reefs. So tell us, is that going to be included in the plan and making sure that we don't have these party boats going in, or even having a sanctuary within some of these territorial parks?
Good afternoon, Senator. Yes, moorings will definitely be, moorings are definitely in the overall plan. They may not even be necessarily tied to the territorial recreational outdoor plan from a timing perspective, because the department does have the ability to do planning for our boating infrastructure separately. But it definitely will factor into the overall plan, yes.
Mr. Chairman, just so I can wrap up, I just want to say really, and very well, thank you. Just want to say kudos to the bill sponsor. I do think it would be beneficial to begin having those conversations with the Magens Bay Authority, looking at their model, because they also have concessions. And of course, we know our recent Smith Bay Park also opened up and is a big attraction for many of our visitors. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Just for information purposes to the Commissioner of Parks and Rec, Kramer's Park and the Mason Pool was areas that I know we paid to go in as a young man. I paid to go into that pool 25 cents, and I got my swimming classes when I went in there. And it was like about $1 to go into Kramer's Park. So I think with people having the discussion and being involved, it would be something accepted. But I would like to ask the Commissioner for Parks Rec. There was a charade done in Kramer's Park, and I don't know, well, both commissioners, I don't know if any of you guys know about the charade that was done on Kramer Park. And if that project is still in place, the charade that was done there, if that's something that's going to still be fulfilled with the Kramer's Park property.
I am not aware of that charade, Senator. I don't know if the Commissioner of DPN could speak on it, but I'm not aware of it.
Yeah, Senator, I am not aware of it either. We can certainly track down any results or information that would be available. It would be extremely helpful for us. But I am not aware of a charrette specifically that took place for Kramer's Park.
Yes, there was one in the past administration where the folks them who designed the Frederick said waterfront, who did all of that work previously, came in. Can't bring their name. In fact, the same group that did the charade for the park in St. Thomas, Lionel Roberts Stadium. Yes, the same group did a charade for Kramer's Park. So I think it's something you guys should look into. And I need to back up a little bit more because I heard Commissioner Oriol speaking about Canigata. And last week in our hearing, we had no discussion about that. What's the plan
2 minutes.
Canigata, that is going to be underneath Parks and Rec, I would assume. And what's the status on what we're doing with that park at this time?
Who is that directed
Calvert,
to?
Mr. White?
Oh, okay. You said DPNR. Your question is, what are we doing with Canigata?
Yeah, the ballpark. Because I heard Commissioner Oriol briefly mention it, saying that that's one of the parks that will be left underneath your purview. So what's the status on the ballpark itself, Canigata?
Yeah, I think Canigata will probably be going out to bid in the next couple of weeks. The issue with Canigata was it was tied to 3 different projects: the big field, the small field, and the community center. The big field projects were ready to go out for bid, but because they were all 3 as one, they were held because we wasn't ready to put out the center. The center has been deemed for as a shelter or safe room. We did get awarded a brand new generator for that facility, but we did have some issues that we was going through with hazard mitigation. Those have been rectified, so now all 3 projects can go out.
And if I may ask Commissioner Oriol, does DPNR currently have a conservation plan in place?
No, Senator. The territory had one, but it expired. And Commissioner White can help me out. I believe it expired in 2016 or 17.
2019 was the last one.
19. So 2019, and then they're updated or to be updated, I believe. If not every 3 years, it's every 5 years.
All right, then. And how many parks and protected areas are listed in the territory as we speak right now? Do you guys have any number?
Parks themselves, there's, I mean, the
time.
So there's one Virgin Islands Marine Park, which is on the east end of St. Croix. And then there are a different number of sports parks, like a Canigata, Emil Griffith, those types of things. So are you speaking specifically about those sports parks? Because there's, outside of the marine park designated, there's a couple of play lots, those types of things under there.
I'm more interested in the marine parks. Would Lagoon not be considered one too?
Lagoon, it's not registered as a marine park. There's only one marine park territorially adopted, and that's the St. Croix East End Marine Park at this time.
All right, thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I often wonder why the lagoon isn't considered one of our marine parks and maintained as such. But to the bill before us, what I embrace about this territorial park system plan is the fact that our children, our residents, visitors, and the local government will all benefit from this. But of course, with the benefits comes some concerns, and 2 of my concerns are our ability to improve on the property value in maintaining the premises and creating and maintaining a safe gathering place for all. That said, Commissioner Oriol, how do you intend to properly safeguard these properties?
Senator, I mean, at this time right now, because I cannot speak to specifically what will be installed to be maintained. It's very difficult for me to answer with any specificity at this time that question.
Well, I'm not just speaking about safeguarding equipment and whatnot, but I'm talking about this being a gathering place. What are we? How do we intend to keep the place safe and free of criminal activity, etc.?
Putting it that way, Senator, I mean, I know that, there are I would say the best that we would be able to do is keep surveillance through cameras and such. I know, as an example, the National Park Service on St. John has a number of cameras installed, and a lot of them are primarily wildlife cameras, but they also do very well in picking up illegal activity that's taking place and providing it that information through their enforcement offices in concert with VIPD and the other enforcement agencies throughout the territory. But if we're talking about, putting trails on offshore keys or possibly having zip lines and those types of things in there, it's going to be very minimal, low impact activities, likely to be concessioned out to different companies. But for those areas that are more remote, I would say that cameras would probably be the main way that we're surveilling those properties.
So I accept the surveillance through the camera system, but I was hoping to hear you also talk about enhancing your enforcement sector within your organization, being the environmental enforcement division that you have. Are you thinking of increasing the number of officers? I've been asking that you do so through the budget process for quite some time now. Are you thinking of increasing the number of officers that you currently have within DPNR enforcement?
Yes, we are, Senator, and we have been increasing steadily, incrementally every year. This year, we brought on board 2 additional, putting us at 5 officers in each district. Our goal is to get to 10 officers in each district. A year ago, we had 3 officers in each district. So we are incrementally making improvements in recruitment of officers as well as retention.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, because it's been about 3 years that we've been talking about getting those numbers up to at least 10 in each district. I know time has been called, Mr. Chair, but if I could close out with just 2 questions, one to the Commissioner of Sports Parks and back to the Commissioner on DPNR. Now, DPNR. Where can DPNR, not sports parks, where can we actually now, or both of you, go on the internet and actually find a catalog of properties that you are responsible for?
Calvert White, the commissioners. Go ahead, JB.
So I was going to say, Senator, are you speaking towards lands for recreational purposes or lands that we do submerged land leases or filled submerged land
properties
leases?
That's under your direct control that you're using?
I do not. No, we do not. We don't post our leases online, Senator. Our filled submerged land.
It's not
area.
on your. Okay. Commissioner, Sports Parks.
Sure, Senator. For the 51 facilities territory-wide that the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation oversee, you can find a list of those facilities on our website, dspr.vi.gov.
Thank you. And we should be able to find these things. And I ask that because, for instance, just as a quick example, in St. Croix, there's a shanty in the Campo Rico area that our youngsters use for catching the bus. It's been since 2013 I've been trying to get from the central government as to who is directly responsible for this. It keep getting bungs from Public Works to some other agency, even to Sports Parks and Recreation. I'm telling you, and I mean, it's just hard to try to figure out who this property who has direct control of this property. So that's why I'm asking that. And Property and Procurement, I know, spoke earlier to cataloging and updating their properties and whatnot for the government. And that's what I wanted to ask my good friend, when you think this updating will be completed?
Commissioner Vincent Richards, Property and Procurement. Senator, within the next quarter, we're going to have the system built out, and it's going to be inclusive of all government properties, inclusive of the ones managed by Sports Parks and Rec, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, as well as agricultural leases as well.
So just break that down for me when you say the next quarter.
We're launching it in the final quarter of this year, this calendar year.
So give me a month.
By the end of the year.
December.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. I see non-committee member Senator Kurt Vialet. Senator Vialet, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. This is a good bill. I'm going to support it. The creation of a territorial park system is a step in the right direction. We just need to make sure that it is going to be adequately funded. In reference to marine park, is that a adoption local or federal to be designated as a marine park?
I guess that question is for me, Senator. Good afternoon. It is a local designation under Title 12, Chapter 1, Section 99.
And there are certain guidelines that you must meet in order to be designated as a marine park?
No, this was established. What we have that can be certain guidelines is the designation of wildlife and fishing reserves. But the actual designation as a marine park was actually a piece of legislation that was written back in 2002 and adopted in 2003.
Okay, so the adoption of the Eastern Marine Park was specifically named in the legislation, or it was a designation by?
It's specifically named in there in Chapter 1, Section 99.
Okay, so in order to create additional marine park, it would have to be a designation by this body?
So it's silent or it's absent as to the creation of marine parks, but there is procedural things that allow for the designation for wildlife preserves, fishing preserves, and wildlife sanctuaries.
So let me ask you, because I want to go to something else. Do you believe that we should give DPNR the authority to designate marine park based on some specific criteria?
I think if we're going to if we're going to hold all of the holdings, whether land or marine, under one territorial park system, then there probably can in fact be designations, allowances that say that DPNR should designate something as a marine park or a natural park or something like that.
Okay, quickly, is Annalee Bay privately or publicly owned? The tidal pool, one of the most beautiful areas on St. Croix.
I'm not quite sure whether or not on that specific area, Senator. I believe it is privately. I believe it is privately owned. And the reason why was a few years ago, after someone had unfortunately passed away, we were asking the owners for permission to be able to put some signage there to alert people to what the conditions are.
Okay, thank you so much. Now I'm going to deviate a little bit from this particular bill and speak to the amendments that were previously passed before. Amendment number 34-560 that seeks to appropriate some $650,000 to the summer employment and intern program. Just doing some simple math, if you pay each student $4,000, you could hire 162 students. So colleagues, I think if we are going to vote for this particular amendment, each senatorial staff should be given the ability to hire additional summer students, because this is going to create quite a bit of flexibility, and each senatorial staff was only given authority to hire one, and the rest have to come from your budget. So this, if we're going to pass it, we need to increase the numbers that's allocated to each senatorial staff. That's first. Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, I'll finish as quick as I can.
You may proceed, Senator.
Secondly, we adjusted the one line from 21 million to 21,650,000, and we strike wage adjustments and replace it with legislative summer employment. So hence, the total at the bottom would have changed. You have to add $650,000 to the total at the bottom. So that would become now 24,695,000.
Videos, Senator Violet, we missed the last probably 10 to 15 seconds of what you were saying. You were frozen. So we were not hearing you over here. So you may want to repeat your last 10 or 15 seconds.
Okay. The last one I was saying is that we have strayed away from making appropriations in the general fund because a lot of time they're not funded, and you're supposed to have a specific funding source. And if the specific funding source is to go to a particular department, etc., there's a way to word it, but to just put general fund, that is not a practice that we want to go back to, because a lot of those appropriations were not funded. And I was a bit dismayed today that we have all of these appropriations from the general fund, and just a week ago or 2 weeks ago, when Collective Collaboration was here just seeking $300,000 for the homeless, a homeless shelter that had a specific funding source, that bill was held because we needed to do this and that and this and that. But now we just appropriated money from the general fund, and we need to correct that. We can't go back to that practice. If this body goes back to that practice, we're not telling the people the truth. We're just funding stuff, and we don't have a specific funding source to make it a reality. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Violet. I think we've exhausted all the testimony on these two bills. I am very, very enthusiastic with the prospects of this bill becoming law. However, you have a lot of, in my short time here in the Senate, you have many instances where there's a beautifully crafted bill that's there on the books, but if you don't have an entity or somebody who is driving the implementation, it just ends up being just that, a nice bill that speaks to, creating a beautiful park system here in the territory, which really is connected to families and improving the quality of life for youth, and also tied to economic and environmental well-being of our territory. So it is just my hope, sincerely, that this is one initiative that we will have designated individuals targeted to make it a reality, to drive it. I know there's going to be some involvement with the private sector also, but I just hope that once the bill is passed, that there is some entity, along with everything else that you have to do, Commissioner Oriol, Commissioner White, Assistant Commissioner Richards, and I know we're asking a lot of you. I just ask that we develop some entities, some individuals who will be dedicated towards making this very complicated bill a reality. I think Deputy Commissioner Richards mentioned a whole host of potential sites, sites that I have never even heard of in some cases. So it sounds like something that can be very, very exciting and very, very positive and constructive for the territory. So it is my hope that we can make it become a reality. That was just a statement, not really a question. Colleagues, do I hear any amendments or motions at this time?
Amendment.
Amendment. Senator Whitaker, you are recognized for your amendment.
I move that amendment number 34-571, an amendment to bill number 34-0267, bill number 34-0267, section 3, is amended in the following instances. A, subsection B, paragraph 3 on page 2. Line 20 is amended by striking and inserting a comma in its place, and after F, inserting and G, and on line 22, after resources by inserting including underwater archaeological resources. B, subsection E is amended on page 3.
Amendment?
Chairperson, the Commissioner of Planning and Natural Resources, and the following members. A, the Commissioner of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, or a designee. B, the Commissioner of Department of Agriculture, or a designee. C, the Commissioner of the Department of Tourism, or a designee. D, the President of the University of the Virgin Islands, or a designee. And E, 2 members from nonprofit organizations appointed by the governor, one member from the District of St. Croix, and 1 member from the District of St. Thomas and St. John. 2, the committee shall meet at the call of the chairperson and work to develop the comprehensive conservation plan in conjunction with Virgin Islands-based nonprofit organizations with an existence and experience of not less than 10 years working in their respective fields. The plan must be available to the public for 30 days for review and comment before it is adopted. D, an appropriately numbered section is added to read as follows: section blank. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources shall develop and submit the comprehensive conservation plan authorized in 32 VIC section 21 subsection A to the governor and the legislature no later than 180 days after the enactment of this act. I so move.
Senator, before we move forward, we do not have the amendment. Okay. Senator Joseph is advising us that it was sent via email. But my colleagues over here, we were not able to review it. So if we can just take a very, very brief recess, Senator Whitaker, for about 2 minutes, and then we will go ahead and move forward with the amendments. Committee on Rules and Judiciary stands in recess for 2 minutes. Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record. Senator Whitaker just read the amendment to Bill number 34-0267. Senator, I'm going to just officially ask you to make your motion. Make the motion so that we can, for the amendment.
Amendment?
Yeah, just the ISO move for the amendment.
I so move. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Whitaker. Is there a second? Properly moved by Senator Whitaker, seconded by Senator Johnson. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Amendment? Amendment?
Yeah, is this amendment to 34-0267, Senator Whitaker, or is it for the next, for 0268?
The next bill.
For the next one, well, hold it for now. We'll vote on that and then get to the other one. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 34-0267, as amended, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 18, Section 302, relating to the duties of the Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation to include the duty to develop neighborhood parks or recreation areas primarily designed to provide facilities for team, recreational, or individual sports, and amending Title 3, Chapter 22, Section 401 to direct the department to identify, supervise, administer, manage, regulate, and control all sites within the territorial park system, and amending Title 32, Chapter 2 to establish the Division of Territorial Parks and Protected Areas within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to establish and maintain a territorial park system, amending Title 33, Chapter 111 to establish in the Treasury of the Virgin Islands a territorial park system revolving fund and the Recreational Parks Revolving Fund, repealing Title 3, Section 308, Title 32, Chapter 4, and for other related purposes. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Gittins.
Again, I respectfully request that this bill be voted upon favorably by this committee and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Johnson.
Properly moved by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator James. Roll call on Bill number 34-0267. As amended, that was Senator Johnson who seconded it. Roll call on Bill number 34-0267 as amended.
Senator Nobel E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Yeh. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Senator Payne, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Yay.
Senator Whitaker, yay. Mr. Chair, we have 7 yay.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 34-0267 An act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 18, Section 302, relating to the duties of the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, to include the duty to develop neighborhood parks or recreation areas primarily designed to provide facilities for team, recreational, or individual sports, amending Title 3, Chapter 22, Section 401, to direct the department to identify, supervise, administer, manage, regulate, and control all sites within the territorial park system, amending Title 32, Chapter 2, to establish the Division of Territorial Parks and Protected Areas within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to establish and maintain a territorial park system, amending Title 33, Chapter 111, to establish in the Treasury of the Virgin Islands the Territorial Park System Revolving Fund and a Recreational Parks Revolving Fund, repealing Title 3, Section 308, Title 32, Chapter 4, and for other related purposes, as amended, has been favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Do I hear an amendment?
Amendment.
Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your amendment.
I move that amendment number 34-567, amendment to bill number 34-0268. Bill number 34-0268, section 1, is amended in the following instances. Subsection C, paragraph 3, is amended in the following instances. 1, in subsection B, strike the existing language and insert the following in its stead. Paragraph 4, after the word other, insert 3, and insert a new sentence at the end of paragraph to read, however, no appointee shall serve more than 2 consecutive terms after reappointment. 2, in subsection C, A, strike the first sentence in its entirety and insert a new sentence to read, strike paragraph 2 in its entirety and insert a new paragraph 2 to read, 2, the governor shall appoint 5 additional members to the board, 3 with the advice and consent of the legislature. 1 shall be a resident of St. Thomas, 1 shall be a resident of St. John, and 1 shall be a resident of St. Croix, and the 2 other members shall be selected according to his discretion, with 1 being from the St. Thomas, St. John district, and the other being from the St. Croix district. And B, in the third sentence, strike the and insert these, and strike board and insert governor. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Whitaker, seconded by Senator Johnson. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your motion.
Hold on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that Bill number 34-0268, as amended, an act amending Title 32, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 2A, Section 32, relating to the Territorial Board of Trustees, to increase the members of the board, to authorize the board to appoint 2 members, to limit service on the board to 2 consecutive terms, and providing for other related purposes, be voted upon favorably here in this committee and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator Joseph. Roll call on bill number 34-0268 as amended.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Senator Payne, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Yay.
Senator Whitaker, yay. Mr. Chair, we have 7 yay.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 34-0268, an act amending Title 32 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 2A, Section 32, relating to the Territorial Park Board of Trustees, to increase the membership of the board, to authorize the board to appoint 2 members, to limit service on the board to 2 consecutive terms, and providing for other related purposes, as amended, has been favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for final consideration. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda for block? No, I'm sorry. We're going to ask our guests here today, and I'll just keep you for maybe about 90 seconds more. We're going to ask Commissioner Oriol, Commissioner White, and Deputy Commissioner Richards to offer their final 30 seconds wrap up for the record, beginning with Commissioner Oriol.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just wanted to express our appreciation to the committee for moving this forward in the next step in the process. The department is in fact excited about the opportunities that can take place, particularly as we see a significant level of funding around our natural systems coming to fruition in this administration, and really wanting to develop these areas for additional recreational activities for the people of the Virgin Islands and our visitors and guests alike. So again, thank you so much for your favorable consideration of the measures today, and we look forward to completing this process and bringing the territorial park system online and into fruition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Oriol. Commissioner White. Please recognize Senator White's mic. Commissioner White's mic.
Thank you, Senator Pata. I think your last statement said it right, that, sometimes mandates are created and given to departments and they just sit there. I have full confidence that once this division is approved and passed on to DPNR, that Commissioner Oriol will be successful. However, I do encourage his body to make sure that he has the necessary resources to be successful. Although we're transferring these duties to DPNR, the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation is committed to continue our collaboration and working with DPNR to make sure that this new territorial park system is successful. So we thank you guys for voting in affirmative, and I look forward to seeing the end of this bill created.
Well said. Thank you very much, Commissioner White. Deputy Commissioner Richards, you may proceed for your 30 minutes, 30 seconds.
Chairman and Senator Potter, thank you for the opportunity to give the testimony.
Speak into the mic. You got it.
Chairman and Committee Chair and Senator Potter, thank you for the opportunity to testify on the bill. We look forward to working with DPNR, Department of Sports, Park and Recreation, the Planned Board, as well as the community in making this endeavor a reality. So thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. You are officially released from this Rules and Judiciary meeting. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to, first of all, thank my colleagues for their support this afternoon in moving both of these measures forward. I want to thank those that have signed on to it, Senator Gittins, Senator Whitaker, and Senator Francis, and encourage my other colleagues to join in signing on to both the pieces of legislature. I also want to extend my gratitude for the collaboration with the departments and agencies, Department of Planning and Natural Resource, Commissioner Oriol, Department of Sports, Park and Recreation, Commissioner White, Property and Procurement, Mr. Deputy Commissioner Richards, and also all the other stakeholders to which we have had conversations with, the St. Croix Environmental Association, Jennifer Valius, Chant, Ms. Ferndale Gerard, and also from UVI, Mr. Olassie Davis. And we will continue to engage with other stakeholders as we move forward working with this piece of legislation. And I'm also excited because this would create a sense of pride for all of us here in our community, having a territorial park system like other countries and states around the nation. So I'm very encouraged and look forward to collaborating and continuing this work effort. And we are really assuring that future generations will have a place that they can enjoy, and also their heritage, historical and cultural value, treasure here in the territory will be protected. Once again, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and thanks to everyone else.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Colleagues, we will move swiftly to block number 4. Madam Clerk, can you please read that block into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Block 4, Bill number 340266, an act amending Title 18, Chapter 5, Section 94A of the Virgin Islands Code relating to early voting to set the time for early voting, amending Chapter 25, Section 661, 662, and 664 relating to absentee voting to provide for all persons eligible to vote in elections in the Virgin Islands to be entitled to vote in any election by absentee ballot. Invited testifier, Ms. Caroline Fawkes, Virgin Islands Supervisor of Elections. This concludes the reading of Block 4, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we will go directly to Bill number 34-0266. Who speaks to this bill? I do. Senator Francis Heiliger, you may proceed with your introduction.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to central staff, my staff, and everyone. First off, I would like to say thank you to my colleagues in the previous committee that successfully moved this piece of legislation forward to the Committee on Rules. Bill number 34-0266 has to do with absentee and early voting. As you know, that we have been making quite a bit of attempts over the years to upgrade and modernize our elections code. And one of the things that we've been trying to do is bring it more into modern times by adding areas that are necessary. This piece of legislation specifically speaks to no excuse absentee ballots. One of the things that we were able to recognize and was utilized, for example, during the last election, where individuals were able to go fill out the form and without having to create multiple excuses as to why they needed an absentee ballot. And it was a situation that not only was brought forward by the Board of Elections, but was very well received by the people of this territory. I wanted to make sure that we upgraded and codified the code, that it would not be an option per se, as well as something that could be changed every board cycle, or depending on who's on the board, things might be changed. If we see something is working and we continuously are moving forward, this is a positive step. It also spoke to not only absentee voting, but early voting. So we have two pieces in this measure. We were able to produce the bill based on conversations and discussions, but during the time period that the board was able to meet and review it, we had some additional updates and changes that we discussed with the Supervisor of Elections, and we also have an amendment that will be forthcoming. Hopefully everyone, all the members do have a copy of the amendment, and it just some slight changes in reference to the amount of days for certain things, etc., to be amended. Outside of that, I hope that my colleagues would be in full support of this piece of legislation. Like I said, we have to move forward when it comes to making voting accessible, making voting something where the public would want to come out and participate in, and most of all, making sure that voting is trustworthy. I think that is the major aspect that the community screams about, they talk about, because they want to be able to vote and feel that their vote counts and their vote matters. So again, I wanted to make reference to, for example, there's over 27 states that do no excuse absentee ballot voting, and we would be potentially joining them. So I am looking forward to support when it comes to this piece of legislation. So I will listen to the testifiers as well as my colleagues, and we will go accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Colleagues, we have with us participating remotely Supervisor of Elections. I know this is her season, Ms. Carolyn Fawkes. Supervisor Fawkes, just hold 1 minute for us. We're going to go ahead and continue to introduce the additional bills in this block, and then we will open the floor for you to testify. It is only one.
I thought it was more than one under the block. I see more than one on the agenda.
Committee on Rules and Judiciary stands in recess for 2 minutes. Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your motion.
Mr. Chair and colleagues, I move to reorder the agenda just a little to move Bill number 34, that's 0230, from Block 5 to the current block, which is Block 4 that we are reviewing, Bill 34, that's 0266. Both measures are election related, and I'm making a motion to move Bill number 34, that's 230, from Block 5 to Block 4 so that it could be discussed one time with the Supervisor of Elections and then she could be excused thereafter. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator Joseph. No objections? So ordered. Okay. Who speaks to Bill number 30? Well, yes, Madam Clerk, can you read that bill since we just reordered the agenda? Can you please read that bill into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Bill number 340230, an act amending Title 18 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 110, relating to registration of electors, to require the Supervisor of Elections to compile an active versus inactive voters list within 90 days after each general election, starting with the general election of 2022. This concludes the reading of the agenda for Block 4.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to this bill? Senator Gittins, you may proceed with your introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To my surprise, Bill number 34, that's 0230, that amends Title 18, Chapter 5, Section 110 of the Virgin Islands Code, was first introduced in the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Affairs on or about Thursday, June 16. I said to my surprise because the election matters are to be heard in the Rules and Judiciary Committee according to our rules, Rule 513. However, in most jurisdictions, this bill is known as what you call a list maintenance system, which permits or pertains to the registration of file an active versus inactive voters list within 90 days after each general election, starting with the general election in 2022. This should always be a function of the Supervisor of Elections, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the elections system of the Virgin Islands. You will see going forward during our election revision measures, a lot of these operational functions will be moved to the rightful place within the Supervisor of Elections authority and away from the board. Again, with the list maintenance function, the purpose of this bill is to provide an accurate voting list and provide voting statistics and an active voting status for purging the list as was done in the past. This allows the Supervisor of Elections to examine all registration be reinstated. Any determined to be an inactive voter will still be registered to vote, and their registration can be updated by 7 p.m. election day and receive a ballot. The voter will then be allowed to complete the voting process and have their registration status placed back to active status. This essentially cleans the voting system and allow the voter database to be more accurate and give a true picture of what the numbers are of registered voters and gauge the turnout more accurately, allowing the election systems to plan ahead. I again urge my colleagues to support the measure as we continue to work toward election revision and clean up a number of deficiencies and discrepancies within Title 18 of the Virgin Islands Code. And by session, hoping that this measure passes today and be sent to the full body, by session, we will introduce an amendment just to have this take effect upon enactment. So at this time, I'm just urging my colleagues once again for their support over the second hurdle onto the full body. Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Colleagues, we have perhaps the hardest working woman in the Virgin Islands right now. This is election season. Our Supervisor Carolyn Fawkes with us today, providing testimony. Supervisor Fawkes, thank you very much for taking time from your very, very, very busy schedule to provide testimony today. You may now proceed with your testimony.
Notice for this today, yes, I'm the hardest working woman today. Distinguished members of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, other members of the 34th Legislature, members of the press, the viewing and listening audience. I am Caroline Fawkes, Supervisor of Elections of the Election System of the Virgin Islands. It is an honor to appear before you today to present on Bill number 34-0266, an act amending Title 18, Chapter 5, Section 94A of the Virgin Islands Code relating to early voting, to set the time for early voting, amending Chapter 25, Section 661, 662, and 664, relating to absentee voting, to provide for all persons eligible to vote in elections in the Virgin Islands to be entitled to vote in any election by absentee ballot, proposed by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. The election system of the Virgin Islands does not support the early voting portion of this bill. However, we support the absentee ballot portion with recommended amendment shared on June 30th. We do not support early voting under the requisites stated in the bill. A year or two ago, early voting requisites were amended to give the Supervisor of Elections the authority to decide dates, places, etc., based on internal operations of the office and processes of early voting. Not all election offices have the same staffing, same voting equipment, utilize the same processes, etc. We cannot support 30 days of early voting because we must end early voting at least 5 days prior to any election in order to forward critical data to the vendor in Nebraska for conversion and uploading. The data is then returned in a secure file in preparation for election day. We must allow additional time for any unforeseen data errors. In section 661, by striking paragraph 1 and inserting a new paragraph 1 to read as follows. Absentee means any person registered and otherwise qualified to vote in any elections in the Virgin Islands who applies for an absentee ballot pursuant to section 664 of this chapter. The remaining paragraphs are renumbered accordingly. In section 662, subsection A, by striking who on the day of an election is absent from the election district in which he is registered and therefore is unable to vote in person. And in the case of a member of the Armed Forces of the United States or his spouse, the commanding officer of such member shall certify his or her status as such. And in the case of a college student or his spouse, the register of his learning institution shall certify his or her status as such. And by deleting subsection C, which reads as follows. The supervisor of election shall designate a site for the in-person distribution of absentee ballots not less than 60 days prior to the election. Absentee ballots must be made available at the distribution location not less than 30 days prior to the election. Section 664 is amended by striking and satisfactory proof of his status as an absentee as defined by this chapter in the first sentence. Our amendment, amend Title 18 VIC 665D, the purpose of the intent of request. The purpose and the intent of this request is to amend Title 18 665D, where it would strike language in Section D that speaks to who can request an absentee ballot and submit an absentee by facsimile. Any person registered and otherwise qualified to vote in elections in the United States Virgin Islands would be allowed to vote an absentee ballot by facsimile. The meaning of facsimile is to transmit something over telephone lines, which includes email, fax, etc. However, to ensure the correct interpretation of the law, we recommend adding any electronic means at the end of this paragraph. Any qualified elector may request and submit their absentee ballot beginning in 2022 election in the manner provided in Title 18, Chapter 25 of the Virgin Islands Code. Any person registered and otherwise qualified to vote in elections in the United States Virgin Islands, a member of the United States Uniformed Services, or a spouse or dependent of a member of the Uniformed Services. We support absentee ballots for all persons eligible to vote in any election for any reason. But we do not support designating a site for in-person distribution of absentee ballots. Ballots should remain within the election system offices. This places unnecessary financial costs.
It usually comes back after a few seconds, so give us okay. You're unfrozen.
Okay.
Madam Supervisor, I don't know if you are aware, but we had a technical glitch on our end. We were not hearing you probably for about 30 seconds. So if you would just go back to probably 30 seconds ago and start your testimony from that point, that'll be greatly appreciated.
Okay, no problem. I'll start at 73, line 73. I am not certain if by removing specific language for members of the military would have an impact. I am recommending that language remain specifically to protect the rights of military members. We also recommend striking Section C, the first Section C of the bill. Removing barriers to voting absentee would allow more people to vote in a manner most convenient for them. A no-excuse voting system is likely to reduce both polling site lines and the administrative burden on the election officials, thereby decreasing the total cost of administering elections. And that's a quote from Jerry Goldfeather, a former chair of New York City Bar Association Election Law Committee in 2018. The pros and cons of no excuse absentee voting or mail-in voting claims. First, I'll start with the pros. Claim 1, increases accessibility for qualified voters. Qualified voters may be excluded from participating based on lack of readily accessible transportation, geography, income status, physical disabilities, and the constraints of modern-day individuals and families. Claim 2, it reduces administrative burden and costs. Claim 3, best practices prevent fraud and improve reliability. Claim 4, You avoid long lines and hecklers. Claim 5, everybody gets to vote from home. Claim 6, voter participation goes up. Claim 7, absentee ballot as an option for voting are just as secure as voting in person. Claim 8, everybody has enough time to make an informed decision. Claim 9, vote in the comfort and peace of your home. These are a few of the positive claims about utilizing the no excuse absentee ballot process. Now I will share some of the cons. Claim 1, it may decrease turnout. Claim 2, increases risk of fraud. Claim 3, the voter has no way to correct a spoiled ballot. Although there are pros and cons to no excuse absentee voting, because of the COVID pandemic, the passage of the law to allow all qualified voters the opportunity to request an absentee ballot without an excuse during the 2020 election cycle, which many voters utilize, and other variables, we support this law. We are now transitioning to the endemic phase. However, many voters still opt for the no excuse absentee voting. I would like to take this opportunity to update the public on the 2022 elections calendar. Today, July 7th, Thursday, today is the last day for registration. Offices are open until 7 p.m. on St. Croix and St. Thomas, and on St. John until 4 p.m. July 13th, which is Wednesday, we are testing of the electronic voting machines and tabulating equipment for the early voting period. Certification by the Board of Elections. This is open to the general public and the media. July 18th, which is Monday, the first day of early voting. Locations are St. Croix, Elections Office, Sunny Isles, and St. Joseph Hospitality Lounge. On St. Thomas, Charlotte Amalia High School Gymnasium, and Tutu Park Mall, the Old Scotia Bank location. And on St. John, Julius Sproul Elementary School cafeteria. July 19, Tuesday, the last day for receipt by the Supervisor of Elections of applications for mail-out absentee ballots for the primary election. August 2nd, a Tuesday, testing of electronic voting machines and tabulating equipment, certification by the boards for the primary elections. This process is open to the general public and the media. August 1st, which is a Monday, the last day of early voting. And August 6th, which is a Saturday, is the primary election day. The early voting PSA is being advertised. The banners are posted on all 3 islands. And we also had monthly radio announcements, including a skit to share elections information and laws. Media, will you please play this audio at this time?
I think media is working on that right now, Supervisor Fawkes.
Okay. I'll talk till I get it ready and pop it up. We are looking forward to accept. They got it?
No, you can go ahead.
We are looking forward to a successful early voting and primary election. The 2022 election cycle will be fair, accessible, secure, and transparent. The Office of the Supervisor supports proposed Bill number 202, 66, with recommended amendments, and we request the support of this body to approve Bill number 34-020, active, inactive voter and forward to the full body. Mr. Chairman, I thank you, members of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, and other members of the 34th Legislature for inviting me to present on Bill number 34-0266, amending Chapter 25, Section 661, 662, and 664 relating to absentee voting to provide for all persons eligible to vote in elections in the Virgin Islands to be entitled to vote in any election by absentee ballot. I am prepared to respond to any questions you may have. Your voice is your vote, and your vote is your voice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Fawkes. I think media has located a video, and it's going to be coming on right now.
Sign up, Paulie. Yes, I'm so ready for this election season. Me too. Just waiting for the info on the polling places and then ballots. What polling places? You mean voting centers? The election system is using voting centers this year, where you can go anywhere across the island, walk in, fill out a ballot. Just bring your ID. Really? Because my daughter lives in Tutu, but walk all the way by the airport and would try to run back home before the sun goes down to vote. Nope. You're no longer stuck to just your neighborhood on election day. Voting centers mean you can vote anywhere in your district. And the next time, try the early voting option too. Skip the line altogether on election day. Girl, you have all the good tips this year, man. So, who's going to win? Ha! Read my yard sign, then pick any voting center. Just remember, voting is not just your right. It's the right thing to do.
A message from the election system of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you very much. Well done. So that was an audio, not a video.
Audio.
Audio. Very, very well done. We enjoyed it. Colleagues, we've just heard from Supervisor Fawkes regarding this bill. We are going to have a 4-minute round on both bills. You don't have to utilize all 4 minutes if you don't need to. I know one of the bills was previously vetted in the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protections. We will start with Senator Genevieve Whittaker. Senator Whittaker, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon again, colleagues. Good afternoon to the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon to our testifier, Supervisor Fawkes. Good afternoon. I want to first off and onset just commend you, Supervisor Fawkes, because one thing I can definitely say is that, which I appreciate, especially when our commissions, directors, supervisors, and so on, take a proactive approach to legislation, because you do make outreach to the body, and I do commend, and of course I've joined with others, Senator, one of my colleagues in this committee, as we work towards election reform, and commend him in which I was part of former election reform efforts. So I want to just dive into, and you provided a lot in your testimony regarding the concern you have as indicating that you would not support the portion of the measure, particularly Bill 34-0266. And what I just, that's really for the sponsor to address, but I think it's really important that when we do the amendments that we be sure to get more into a process of making sure we have the full knowledge of how we're going to affect the calendar. Supervisor Fawkes, the question I really have for you surrounding this particular bill regarding early voting, more so to making a lot more electronic process. Have you all endeavored to really move towards continued efforts to make it a more digital process in the context of even submission of the absentee application, as well as some
is online, is completed online, so you can, it's a fillable form, and it's emailed back to different email addresses, both St. Thomas and St. Croix. Early voting, when you come to this early voting, we have new electronic upgraded e-poll books that can also look at your voter ID and scan it that way. So that's what we do in early voting. Early voting, you got to come into the office, so it's not much we can send you. because you're really voting, actually voting. So unless you do absentee where we mail it to you, you'll have to come in to do the early voting process. But that has upgraded over the years also.
Thank you. And to bill number 34-0230, is the system already equipped? And just to put out, I have to put out to the public the inactive and active voter. Is there any additional funding that you may need to add to improve any software in order to achieve this measure in terms of within the system? Do you have sufficient funding to make the upgrades if this measure passes?
Yes, Senator. Internally, it's not a cost, but as we discussed at the last session, there's some things that were requested that we do, sending out postcards and the educational part of it that may require some funding. But right now, the system is developed that way. There's drop-down tabs, active, inactive, suspension, and debt removal. So those are already in the system that we utilize.
And how does one, are you all put out information as to how individuals can obtain the information on these lists, whether persons who are seeking it as candidates, person who are seeking it as, or even just other groups that might seek to get information about voters?
Well, Senator, we can't do anything until the bill is passed. So if we don't have a bill, we can't put out any information. So that's what we're urging, that the senators pass this and enact it as soon. We really will see the results in the November election. So we have time to do the educational portion, etc. So that's why we're urging that we pass now, and they'll go through the trial process to get ready for the general election. So we will have to educate the public along with the political parties, along with the community. It's not just on the election system.
Thank you. And if I may wrap up, Chairman? Alas.
Yes, you may, Senator.
And just to quickly close, I just want to say, and you ended a good note, Supervisor Fawkes, the education piece. I really do wish to, and I do commend the efforts that are being made, but I would definitely like to see a more deeper effort with civics and voter education to the younger generation. And we have now the Youth Advisory Council here at the Legislature, the Youth Senate, and other youth groups. So I think it's be good for us to, engage the younger generation and push out the message of the importance of voting. Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Senator Whitaker. Senator Payne, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Ms. Fawkes, how are you today?
Good afternoon, Senator Payne. I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking.
Oh, okay. How close are you to having a motivational speaker be on island?
Oh, that's next year, it looks like, because education didn't move it forward quick enough.
Oh, okay. Well, that's something we definitely have to work on, okay?
Yes, we have to work on that, Senator.
In your testimony, you mentioned that not all election offices have the same voting equipment. Please explain the differences from office to office.
So one example I'll give, some states print their ballots on site. They have a different machine that they print their ballots on site. So because we don't print our ballots here, we have to send away for the ballots. The system that we have to make sure we send it. So if folks are participating in early voting, we have to send files up each evening so that they can take those people out for election day. So you won't have the 25 or the 50,000 people in the database. So when you come to election day, the persons can't vote twice. If they come and they say, well, I haven't voted, and they challenge us, we give them a provisional. But there's no way they're going to put a ballot into the machine. So this is what we need. We all know Murphy's Law, and with technology like we have been happening here today, going in and out, we need to make sure we get the data back for the deputies to look at it to make sure every voter is in there, is captured. And when we go out to the polling place with the e-poll book, that's loaded on the e-poll book now for the e-poll book workers. Because remember, they are not full-time election persons, so they're going to be a little slower checking things, call the office to verify a voter. So we want to make sure the data is as accurate and as correct as possible. And that's why we need time to make sure we check it, double check it, and we get it back in time, and there's no database issue. So you can't run it right up to the day before election. There's a lot that goes into play to prepare for election. And I would like some of the senators to come and see what goes on behind the scene. And in fact, we're trying to do a video on that so everyone can see what goes on behind the scenes.
Okay, and also in your testimony, you mentioned that you couldn't support 30 days of early voting because you must end early voting at least 5 days prior to any election in order to forward critical data to the vendor in Nebraska for conversion and uploading. Would you support an amendment that for the bill that provided 25 days for early voting and 5 days to forward to the vendor in Nebraska?
Mentioned before, again, I'm coming from my background. We do not put every detail in a law or a bill, or you have to adjust it every time. And I think the bill was addressed 2 years ago for that same instant. And the record is there. Last election in 2020, we went up to 21 days because of COVID. So it gives me the flexibility based on the type of election. But you don't need 30 days of early voting for every election, because in half year, next 2 years, it's not going to be needed. So that's why we have the flexibility, and we work with the public. We know early voting is well received and accepted, and we went up to 21 days last election, 2020. And we're looking at similar for the general election, but we have 14 for the primary. So giving us that flexibility is the best way.
Okay, and lastly, if early voting is extended as being proposed, would there be an additional cost to your office? And if so, what would the approximate cost be?
Well, yes, it would be a cost. First, I'd like to say this election, we didn't get enough money. But the number of days you have to employ workers, right? And each worker got a different baseline. So it would closely be $50, $75, nearly $1,000 additional for the number of days. It goes by that. You got catering, you got security guards are at those sites every day. So I'm saying it's a major cost, and everything revolves around money. But we won't support going more than the days that we need prior, closing it down 5 days prior to the election. And I said we could go anywhere back, 21 days, 24 days. We could do as much as we need based on the number of voters and the number of requirements that we have.
Okay, thank you very much for your responses, Ms. Fawkes. Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Payne. I like the bills. I am definitely in support of both initiatives. Madam Supervisor, is there any restrictions or anything in the code that speaks to any restrictions regarding making adjustments to the election code during an election year? Just out of curiosity, I'm asking you that question.
So yes, Senator, in the section 2 in front of the code, it gives you that 6-month requirement for any election law. Again, every cycle you have exceptions, and so the senators hardly will put in, notwithstanding the 6 months. But I'd like to just share quickly a little history on this. Now you got to remember that these bills were proposed way up in the beginning of the year, and right. I think both came from the Board of Election. So we had COVID where the legislature was shut down. We had COVID where some senators got sick and they couldn't have the bills heard. So all of that took time. And so that's why we're saying these two bills is not a major bill cause an election educational process. There's a major impact on the election, and that's why we support these two bills.
Thank you, Supervisor Fawkes. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you to Supervisor Fawkes for her testimony here in respect to the two measures that's before us. I wanted to, again, get some clarity from her in respect to the 30-day. Clearly, you have indicated that they may present a conflict here in respect to that, as well as the fact that there's already law that established that give the supervisor the decision or authority to be able to determine the time and date and locations for the early voting. Is that correct, Supervisor Fawkes?
Good afternoon, Senator. That's correct, Senator Francis.
Very well. I am inclined to support that. Of course, we don't want it to be arbitrary and capricious, but nonetheless, I think it's critical that you be maintained with that authority, because then you'll have circumstances that will be able to drive your decision-making process. And of course, you'll get the approval or discussion with the board in being able to make that determination. In respect to the time and date and the duration of time for the early voting, that's done beforehand. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator. That's done by December of the prior year.
Very well. And again, it's gauged based on the circumstances, the time, the manpower allotments, and everything else that may be involved in making a decision.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. I'm very much inclined to support that. In respect to the absentee ballots, I think I made a note. I went back to try to read your testimony. You also said that you were recommending that the absentee ballot, while the legislation speaks to facsimile, that you also wanted to add by electronic means to it as well.
Yes, Senator.
Okay.
2 minutes.
Because I did have an amendment to actually allow for it to be sent by electronic means. Do you have the capabilities to fulfill the electronic means?
Yes, Senator. Right now we do that just for the military, so we just open it up now for everyone else. But we've been doing that from 2014 for the military.
Okay, very well. Also, in regards to the absentee ballot, again, how difficult or would you agree that the request for absentee ballot, the amount that have been requested, the amount that has been sent, and the amount received should be provided periodically to the public so that they are aware, and as well as the candidates through the public, that they're aware of how many was requested, how many was sent, and how many was received. Do you see that presented any challenges for the election system?
No, Senator. I started that 4 years ago. It's on our website. So you could go on our website right now and you could check every absentee listing, all who requested absentee, and how much sent out and how much came back. So we have been putting that up on our website.
Very well. I have no further question in respect to this. Certainly on the other bill, I stand in support of that measure. And I will await what I'm hearing is an amendment that I have not been able to see yet or review in respect to bill number 34-0266. And at the appropriate time, then I'll make a determination. But in regards to bill number 34-0230, I'm in full support of that, and look forward to supporting that at the appropriate time. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for your responses, Supervisor Fawkes, and continue to do good work that you've been doing. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day. Supervisor Fawkes, it's good to see you. We've seen you often. It's your season. And I really want to follow along with my colleagues in commending you on the work that you and your team are doing. I know we're in the height of the election season. I wanted to frame my questions relative to Bill 34-0266 and ask you relative to the absentee ballot request from persons. Do you have, in respect to the no limitations with absentee ballot, do you have the leeway, do you have the ability based on the act that was passed that grants you certain flexibility as a supervisor regarding who will be eligible for an absentee ballot?
Yes, Senator, and thanks for the compliments. Yes, we do, Senator.
So, in fact, it may not be needed for any type of legislation because you already have that authority that you could say, well, we're going to open up all of the absentee ballots to anyone who it chooses to do that.
No, Senator.
I'm sorry?
No, I misunderstand your question. Now in the code, there are 10 reasons. You have to have one of those reasons to request absentee. So
Okay.
you have to have a reason.
So you have
This one
to-
is no reason.
So, and there's also no reason.
No, there's no reason.
Okay.
The code do not address no reason. You have to have a reason for absentee. That's what we say.
And okay, but during the pandemic, there was some type of flexibility when it was the height of the pandemic. You still had to have those reasons?
Ma'am, the legislature passed a law and it expired in December of 2020. So that's why we're back here now.
That's
Yes,
okay. So that's what I wanted to be clear. That's what I wanted
passed
to.
a law in 2020.
In 2020, and that expired. So that's why we're
December
back
of
here.
2020.
And so we should have continued that law to allow persons to be able to actually apply for absentee ballot outside of those reasons delineated in the code. That is what we're discussing here today. Okay, so I'm clear on that because I wasn't too clear based on how what was presented in your remarks as well as the legislation. Now,
1 minute.
Let's go to the enactment of this piece of legislation. Would you be able to, with the amendment, should it pass, be able to carry out this amendment in 30 days? This
Yes,
legislation with the amendment in 30 days?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, good. And there would be any additional cost in doing that?
As I
And
mentioned,
manpower?
for the one with absentee, no, Senator. The applications are there online. Again, up to this point, we have 100 absentee applications already submitted. So now as you open it up for the public, you'll get an increase. Based on our historical data, I don't see it being more than 500 in none of the districts.
Okay.
So, it seems okay, but some people still like to do early voting or wait till election day.
Okay.
But if you give them the choice of absentee, you will have some that may do that. It's always higher in the St. Thomas and John district than in the St. Croix district.
One question before my time run out. To apply for absentee ballot, you can apply for an absentee ballot up to the day of election?
You can apply for absentee ballot, yes, correct, up to the day of election. But if you are off island and we have to mail it to you, you have to use the deadline that I mentioned in my presentation today.
So I
because
just
we
want-
have to schedule with the post office to mail them out.
One final question, Mr. Chairman, if you would allow me on Bill 234-230. I know
may
this
wrap up.
bill was vetted in the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection. And I understand with this bill, I heard the proponent of the bill and the sponsor indicating that he would propose an amendment that it be effective upon enactment. However, would you be able to implement it effective upon enactment? Because I know you stated in your testimony you needed about 30 days.
No, 30, Senator, we the one that requested the amendment when I presented on June 16th, that it be enacted right away. We were saying 30 days because of the process. But we wanted it right away. The letter goes out for 30 days to the voter, and they have to respond. So if we enact it right away, then that 30 days is a little less for us.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, and good afternoon to the viewer and listening audience. Good afternoon, Ms. Fawkes. How are you doing today?
Good afternoon, Senator Johnson. Pretty well, thank you.
I'm going to kind of stray away on this measure here, but still in relation with election. These two measures are pretty straightforward to me. And what I say, I'm going to stray away because I want to give you the opportunity to try to explain to the listening audience a little bit about the Board of Election. When I say a little bit about it, people are uncomfortable a lot of times and feel that it's not a fair process. So I want for you to take your time and use up my 4 minutes and answer or explain. If an individual, a candidate, was to challenge the election, what is the process and what do you go through with the challenge? If the challenge, once you start the process in implementing the challenge of the election?
Ben, good afternoon, Senator, and thanks for that question. Again, the process is based on the code. You have to write your challenge 5 days after the election to the board of election. That doesn't come to the supervisor of election. It goes to the board. The board reviews the challenge, makes a recommendation whether to do a recount or not as per the law. If they decide to do a recount, then they put processes in place where they have to get the talliers, they have to get certain things. All of that is under the board preview. So they will set up talliers, they get them scheduled to come in, and based on our law, you have to do manual counting, which is something we want to change in the future. So you're going to count all the ballots manually, and they're going to report that. The board has someone in there supervising that process.
2 minutes.
They go through that.
For the supervisor.
They get the information, whether it's up or down, then they'll come back and certify that recount, just like they certify the election. Once the board certifies the election, they send a report to the supervisor. So folks, like you said, try to get confused who does what. The supervisor runs early voting. The supervisor manages the absentee up until they come in 5 o'clock the day before. That's all passed to the board. The board runs the election day. So that's why you see a lot of the board out at certain polling places. Each one takes 1 or 2 polling places. So the board runs election day. They get the results, they canvass the results that evening, and in 10 days after the deadline for the certification, they certify the results to the office of the supervisor. The office of the supervisor will then write each candidate and letting them know they're certified, nominated based on the votes, etc. So that's the process in a nutshell. I hope I hit the points that you wanted me to touch on.
I still have a follow-up on that. If by any chance, when you do this manual recount, by any chance, do you use the sign-in blotter to each polling site as a counting measure to match with the ballots from that site?
Yes, they could do that also, but remember, even on the e-bat machine, you have 3 different ways to check the count. So you have the tape, you have the jump drive, and you have the manual ballots, and then use the exit book, the clerk book.
All right, let me spit a scenario out to you. Suppose, let's use Clara Marco just for example, and the sign-in blatter and sign-out blatter misses just by 1 number, but let's say it was 500 signing in and only 499 sign out. But now you have more numbers in your machine. What's the status there?
So they got a process that you have to double check. So they're going to scrutinize the machine numbers because either the person didn't vote, they left, or they voted a spoiled ballot and they end up getting 2 ballots, but it's just 1 person. So you will have 500, but only 499 persons showed up. You see what I'm saying? So the board now will go through all of that, and that's why we use all of this to check. We check the system, the machine, we check the in-sign, the e-poll book, we check the machine count. You don't have name with ballot because you don't know who's voting. You just have the number of ballots. So I want to make sure they're clear on that. And so you check the sign-out book. So it could be that somebody did a spoiled ballot and the judge or whatever didn't put it down. So that's the way we check all of that background. And it's very thorough. Like I said, we encourage folks to come and see what we do.
But by all means, right, the numbers that sign in the book. Mr. Chair, may I conclude here?
Yes, you may wrap up, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. But by all means, the numbers for folks that sign into that book and the numbers amount of ballot should be pretty much close and precise. It can miss by a number, as you said, with us by ballot, but it shouldn't have a difference of 15, 20, 30.
No, it should not, Senator.
See that?
No, we have not seen that. Even when we do the audits, all the audits come out 100% accurate. So if you see that, yes, you will have a problem.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your explanation, and I really wanted to do this for the listening audience to try to have more people be more comfortable in the system and the process. And I kind of know what your answer was going to be, but I wanted to get it out on the floor so people could be more comfortable that there's a check and balance in place that most of the times I would think brings out the true numbers to the process. Thank you very much. I really appreciate all what you guys do at the Board of Election. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
I don't support how they like moving up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I support both measures before us as we continue to try to clean up the revision, but of the revision for the elections. But I wanted to ask the Supervisor of Elections, were you able to review the amendment of the proponent of Bill number 266?
Yes, I have.
And with your review, do you support moving forward with the proposal?
Yes, Senator, I do.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, at this time, all I'll ask my colleagues to do is support us moving these 2 measures forward so we could continue to clean up Title 18 of the Virgin Islands Code. And as you see, one of the questions posed by the previous speaker about the steps with regards to grievance, this is why we're also moving a lot of the operational issues to that of the Office of the Supervisor, so that you can have that first step in filing your grievance, and then after that, if it is not rectified there or is still questionable, then it's invoked to the next level, which will be the board, which the board is supposed to be that policy-making entity. However, the way how the code is currently written, a lot of the day-to-day operations on election day for our elections are handled by the Board of Elections. That's not seen in any other jurisdiction. That is the responsibility of the Supervisor of Elections, and we're working towards that end. So at the appropriate time with regards to these 2 bills, Bill number 34-266 and Bill number 34-0230, I'm poised to support both bills, moving them on to the full body. And I encourage my colleagues again to support these measures, as Bill number 34-0230 also addresses the problems that we were having before with persons' name not appearing as registered individuals. And we see that the only time really and truly that you should no longer be registered once you're registered is really and truly once there's a death certificate. And again, let me just ask that question again, which we did clear that up in the Committee on Government Ops. But are you, Supervisor Fawkes, are you getting the death certificates of individuals that pass away so that you could know that those names are to be stricken from the roll? And under what other jurisdiction would you be placing anyone as inactive once this is passed?
Senator, we do not receive the death certificate. We receive a listing from the Department of Health quarterly with the information necessary to what we need: name, date of birth, etc.
Is this a certified? Is this a certified listing?
Yes, from the Department of Health. Statistical.
Yes, I'm asking, is it certified? I don't just want a list or an email sent. Is this a certified listing that you're getting absent a death certificate?
I won't say certified, but it's coming from one government entity to the other. So
okay, but we need to make sure that what you're receiving is official and sworn. Anyone can send an email We have had a number of people, and I beg your indulgence, we have had a number of people call the radio station and say this person died, and we got all these condolences going. And when you look, it's not true. So we just want to make sure that the communication that you're receiving from the other entity, not just because it comes from the Department of Health, but that it is a certified and actual true listing that you're receiving. In any case, this is why we're moving to active versus inactive rather than having them totally remove the names from the list. Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittens. I absolutely support both initiatives. I think it's really a move to make voting less complicated, to make it easier as opposed to harder, to remove barriers as opposed to impose barriers. I really believe that this should result in an uptick in the number of persons who actually participate in the process. I really do. Supervisor Fawkes, I think when you were going through the pros and the cons, I think at one point you said that one of the cons was that it might decrease turnout. And I'm thinking that the opposite should really happen if you provide this as an added mechanism for persons to vote without the excuses and all of that. Is just straightforward. I can utilize the absentee process to vote. Shouldn't it? I mean, I can see it decreasing the physical turnout on the day of election, but overall, as far as the numbers, I can see the process increasing the numbers. Any comments? Any comments on that?
Senator, because again, I do research based on nationwide. So the information is relevant. It may not be relevant in the VI, but in the states it may be, because now, even though you send somebody absentee, they may not vote. They may not return it. So that's why it's on the pros and on the cons. You know, they request it, but they may not return it. And that happens too. And then in the states when everybody gets it, that's really when it impact a decrease in turnout, because everybody gets it, but they don't return it. So that's why it could be a pro and a con.
I got you. As far as absentee ballots, and I know that we've utilized, you mentioned the fax machines. I know that very few people still have one of those. And the Senator's amendment now focuses on an electronic scanning process that's more updated for sure. I see millennials being really attracted to something like that, not having to get up and go through the process of going to the election, to their polling district and dealing with all of the persons that are there and the hoopla and stuff. Some people love it. I think the more older, traditional folks love it. And I think the younger millennials probably, would be inclined to embrace, the electronic stay-at-home and the comfort of the home process. As far as the faxing process, have you seen any instances, any significant instances of fraud?
Senator, first let me clarify the word, right? The word is not fax. Facsimile means any electronic means, so that's why we were using it from 2014. But because people say the first definition as fax, they think it's a fax machine. So no, it's not. But we want to make sure we clear it up by doing electronic. I faxed ballots from Cuba in 2010. So fax was still, based on where you assign, you may still only have fax as an option. That's one. The question you actually say about fraud, what do you talk about fraud?
Yeah.
What they talk about fraud in elections overall. So you might get a ballot. My mom, the ballot goes to my mom, but my mom may not vote on the ballot. So my brother might help her, somebody else might help her, and that's what they talk about, the fraud. When you come to the polling place, you're there and you're the one doing it. Right. I mean, but we ask when the absentee comes home, sometimes the parent don't vote, the children help them, or somebody else help them. So that's the fraud they're talking about. Gotcha. But the only drawback is if you make a mistake and spoil your ballot, unless you call us and say you spoil your ballot and bring one back in, because we have that option also. But most folks don't know they spoil it, and if you send it in and it sits there until the board going through it, your vote might not count because your ballot's spoiled somehow. So that's the cons to absentee. So every action has a cons and a pros, even early voting and even election day, So each area has a pros and a cons.
Very, very true. Very true. Thank you very much, Madam Supervisor. Colleagues, we have exhausted our time minus the sponsor of the bill. Senator Francis Heiliger, you are recognized for your 4 minutes. Please recognize Senator Francis Heiliger's microphone.
Good afternoon once again to my colleagues, to the testifier, to the staff of the legislature, and to the people of the Virgin Islands. I'm hoping that everyone in the District of St. Croix does have the amendment. We attempted to try to get it circulated, so I hope by now everyone has it. What happens a lot of times when you're crafting legislation, and some of what the supervisor of elections did allude to, because we were dealing with a lot with legal counsel as well as other issues with senators, one of the things that I will say is that I do appreciate them getting the bill through, as well as many of the other pieces of legislation we're trying to get passed as it relates to upgrading and modernizing and bringing forward sound piece of legislation when it comes to the Board of Elections. Now, the amendment specifically, after we had an opportunity to actually get the bill, we also had a chance to really have a conversation, my office, with Supervisor of Elections Fawkes. And in that conversation, I think she said it was June 30th in her testimony, we did have an opportunity to go through the bill, and we made the amendments accordingly to make sure that this piece of legislation serves the public in a very positive way. So at the end of the day, once this document is amended, and you will see from the amendment, it speaks to striking the first paragraph. It speaks to changing specific aspects and renumbering, because we were a little bit concerned after discussing with her what she was sharing in regards
2 minutes.
to what she was sharing in regards to time frame for early voting, etc., and having that flexibility. So we did make amendments to the piece of legislation. But Ms. Fawkes, I would like for you to speak on a little bit in regards to the facsimile and electronic section that is part of the amendment you read, specifically as it relates to the military. Can you share with the public and educate the public a little bit more about that?
So again, like I said, facsimile, yeah, good day, Senator. Facsimile, when you look at the word, people think it means fax, but it meant any electronic medium. So from 2014, when I came on board, we have been sending emails to all military or overseas persons, not persons within the mainland, U.S. mainland, or in the Virgin Islands. And so that's why we wanted to clarify the code so that it's applicable to every absentee voter.
Yes.
Again, folks look at facsimile and they jump out with fax. And so we asked to put electronically at the end, because when we had that runoff in 2018, we had to get ballots out of here with like 2 days. And so we email a lot of them to those voters. Again, they waive their rights. Is a form they have to fill out, waiving their right when they send them back. Usually it goes to one worker here in each of the districts. It's electronic to the email specific address, and it comes back, and then they print it and put it in the envelope, and then the board will remake that ballot in election night in front of everyone. So that's what happens with electronic.
Okay. Well, I do appreciate you sharing that, because I didn't want the impression that the public to believe that we would be faxing these out to the whole public or emailing them out to the public. This segment of the legislation and even the amendment is speaking to those overseas in the military as a means to quickly get them the information. So again, I am asking my colleagues for its support. I will be asking my colleague, Senator Johnson, to present this piece of legislation for me, and my fellow minority member. And I would like to thank all of you for giving me this opportunity to share with you, along with the supervisor, this very important piece of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Do I see an amendment? Do we hear an amendment?
Point of inquiry.
Senator Francis, you may proceed with your point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask Supervisor Fawkes whether or not she had an opportunity to review the amendment that's being offered on this subject matter, and whether or not it falls in line and address the 30-day early voting requirements as indicated in the bill.
Senator, what this amendment, I was hoping that someone would address it. They deleted that completely. So early voting is taken out of this bill. It's just absentee, which I support, just absentee.
Very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your motion. Please recognize Senator Joseph's mic.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move to offer amendment number 34-569 on behalf of Senator Alma Francis Heiliger to bill number 34-0266 is amended in the following instances. A, by striking paragraph 1 and renumbering the remaining paragraphs accordingly. B, by striking everything after the third occurrence of such in the existing paragraph 3, and C, by adding a new paragraph 4 to read as follows. 4. Section 665, subsection D is amended by adding or electronically after each instance of facsimile. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Joseph, seconded by Senator Gittins. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that bill number 34-0266, all of these paper here, an act amending Title 18, Chapter 5, Section 94A of the Virgin Islands Code relating to early voting, to set a time for early voting, amending Chapter 25, Section 661, 662, and 664 relating to absentee voting, to provide for all persons eligible to vote in elections in the Virgin Islands to be entitled to vote in any election by absentee ballot as amended, be voted upon in this committee favorably and forwarded to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Joseph, seconded by Senator Gittins. Roll call on bill number 34-0266.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Yay.
Senator Whitaker, yay. Mr. Chair, we have 7 yay.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 34-0266, an act amending Title 18, Chapter 5, Section 94A of the Virgin Islands Code relating to early voting to set the time for early voting, amending Chapter 25, Section 661, 662, and 664 relating to absentee voting to provide for all persons eligible to vote in elections in the Virgin Islands to be entitled to vote in any election by absentee ballot, as amended, has been favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Senator Gittens, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 34-0230, an act amending Title 18 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 110, relating to registration of electors to require the Supervisor of Elections to compile an active versus inactive voters list within 90 days after each general election, starting with the general election in 2022, be voted upon favorably here in the Rules and Judiciary Committee and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Gittens, seconded by Senator Joseph. Roll call on Bill number 34-0230.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Yes. Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Yes. Senator Payne, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Yay.
Senator Whitaker, yay. Mr. Chair, we have 7 yay.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 34-0230, an act amending Title 18 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 110, relating to registration of electors to require the Supervisor of Elections to compile an active versus inactive voters list within 90 days after each general election, starting with the general election in 2022, has been favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Senator Gittens, you're recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to say thank you to my colleagues for the passage of this bill on to the next step, and also to remind the Supervisor of Elections that the amendment to take effect upon enactment will be offered during full session. The amendment was not prepared for today, but it'll be coming for full session. So I'll ask you to continue lobbying your senators for their support. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Gittens. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you so much. I would just wanted to say thank you to my colleagues for their unanimous support on this piece of legislation. As we continue to move forward with our elections, whether it's an election year or outside of election year, we have to upgrade the Title 18 to make sure that people understand that there are options, they feel safe, and they have an opportunity for their voice to be heard. So thank you once again. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Supervisor Fawkes, we're now going to give you a minute to just do your closing statements.
Again, thank you, Senator Potter, for this hearing today and the senators of the committee. Again, thank you for your support of both measures. And I too agree, we need to discuss and change laws in a non-election year. We always talk about it, but it doesn't begin until it's in election cycle. So we hope to do better next cycle. We have a lot of election reforms that we submitted. A critical one that I talked about, Senator Whitaker has, that we need to have the last day to file nomination petitions to be 6 p.m. instead of 5 p.m. So there are many hot issues out there that we need to fix before the next election. Thank you all for your support of both measures, and we're going to have a free, fair, accessible, transparent, and secure 2022 election from now until December. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fawkes. Thank you and your team for all that you do year-round to support a free and fair election in the Virgin Islands. You are officially released from this Rules Committee hearing.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Colleagues, we are moving swiftly to the final block of the day, block number 5. Madam Clerk, can you please read block 5 into the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair, block 5. There are 3 bills. Bill number 340212, an act amending Title 28, Chapter 29, Section 660 of the Virgin Islands Code to include additional requirements for the notice and publication of list of abandoned property. Bill number 340274, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and A-9 Trucking Enterprise, Inc., doing business as End-to-End Water Supply for parcel number 1-20-1, Estate Bovoni, numbers 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter on the island of St. Thomas for the purpose of operating a water delivery trucking, heavy equipment business, and a repair garage, and for other related purposes. The third bill, bill number 34-0276, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Liberty Mobile USVI Inc. for parcel number 6-4-1, Estate Carolina, number 1, Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, to develop, construct, operate, maintain, repair, replace, and upgrade a wireless communication facility and for other related purposes. This concludes the reading of the agenda for today, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we're going to move to Bill number 34-0212. Who speaks to this bill? I do. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your introduction.
I will try to keep this brief, as this piece of legislation has already gone through the process and has been vetted in a previous committee. I would like to implore my colleagues that it was unanimously passed in the previous committee that I am asking for your support here today. Our current laws says that by November the 30th every single year, the Lieutenant Governor's office has to put out to the public a listing of all unclaimed properties and funds. What that basically means that if you were supposed to get a check for, as a beneficiary, you didn't know anything about it, somehow it has sat there for years, it gets transferred over to the Lieutenant Governor's office. A money order that never gets cash goes to the Lieutenant Governor's office. This has nothing to do with real property. It has to do with unclaimed funds and property outside of real property, such as your land or a home. So what happens here is, unfortunately, the Lieutenant Governor's office has shared with the public that for the past 10 years, they have not published this listing, to the point that the funds have grown in the trust account to some $15.9 million. And there's an additional set of monies because, according to the law, the bulk of the monies is supposed to be deposited into the general fund, with at least $100,000 being placed into the trust account. That trust account is what has in the $15.9 million. We have tried our very best to attempt to get the information from the finance department. They did say the last time we had a meeting with them, they would be able to give us that information. It is still forthcoming. At the last meeting, we reached out to the Inspector General's office to see if they could assist us with trying to find out the total amount of money of unclaimed funds that is in the general fund. We're still working on that. But at the end of the day, we're not changing what the current law says about the reporting time. What we're doing is adding to it to make sure that there are elements of being able to collect information and go through a database, also utilize a website and other mechanisms in order to get this information to the public. We did have a chance to speak to the Lieutenant Governor's office and had several meetings with them, and they did share with us that they had an issue with not having enough employees, and that might have lent to the problem they were having for 10 years of not notifying the public of these millions of dollars that belongs to them that is in their care. So I suggested that when they come before the legislature, in order during the budget process, to please request additional staffing to be able to get the people's work done. IRB and the Lieutenant Governor's office are two major agencies that are money generators for the people of this territory, and we need to make sure they have adequate employees. As I close, again, this is a tool and a mechanism that is necessary in order to be able to allow for the public to get access to their funds. Mr. Chair, I would like to thank you so much for the indulgence, and I hope I get the support of my colleagues.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. We will now move to Bill number 34-0274. Who speaks to this bill? Who speaks to Bill 34-0274? Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bill number 34-0274, which is an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and the Department of Property and Procurement for A9 Trucking doing business as N2N Water Supply for parcel number 1-20 Estate Bavoni number 1 and 2 Frenchman's Bay quarters on the island of St. Thomas. Colleagues, what this bill basically does is allow A9 Trucking and to basically add to the business, expand to a water delivery trucking and heavy equipment business, a repair garage, and for other related purposes. What they have done, honestly, is expand their business model. They will be employing additional individuals and at the same time assisting the Department of Waste Management with other activity that they're trying to accomplish on the landfill. So I ask that you do support this important piece of legislation in order for us to continue to drive down the waste at the landfill and also to help this business owner to expand his business. I ask again for your support with this piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. We'll now move to Bill number 34-0276. Who speaks to this bill? Senator Blyden, you may proceed with your introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bill number 34-0276, which is an act approving the lease agreement between the government and the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commission of the Department of Property and Procurement and Liberty Mobile USVI Inc. for parcel number 6-4-1 Estate Carolina, number 1 Bay Quarter St. John, Virgin Islands, to develop, construct, operate, maintain, repair, replace, and upgrade a wireless communications facility and for other related purposes. Colleagues, this lease and the resulting telecommunications tower promises to transform the status of wireless communications and emergency services on the island of St. John on the eastern end. For years, as we know, the eastern end of St. John, along with the western end of St. Thomas and the northern end and eastern areas on St. Croix, have been a cellular and internet wasteland. As much of that part of the island is basically cut off from communications with the outside world if there is no landline connection. This has not only meant that residents must incur the additional expense of having a landline, whether they want it or not, but it means that on their way to and from their homes, they have no way at all to reach loved ones or emergency personnel if something happens on the way, along the road. Residents have been struck and stuck in this hell for years, and we do not have the accurate count of how many individuals have been affected, but we have heard horror stories from firefighters and EMTs who have told us about having to rush from neighbor's house to neighbor's house to neighbor's house to find someone with a phone in order to make contact with their base or other first responders. So in addition to the lease payment, Liberty is obligated to pay the government of the Virgin Islands 35% of revenues resulting in coalition of facilities by other telecommunications providers. So I ask colleagues for your support with this most important measure, which will bring much, much needed and long-awaited relief to the people on the east end of St. John and all people who live and travel through the islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I ask for your support again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Colleagues, all three initiatives were thoroughly vetted in the Committee of Jurisdiction. So we're going to allot 2 minutes for this round. And we're going to start with Senator Whitaker. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. I think we needed more than 2 minutes for this block, for sure. The straightforward, I mean, certainly commend the efforts concerning to support our local, contractors. So I definitely support Bill number 34-0274. Continue to support that effort and the importance of that. What I'm concerned about, having actually, because I do have my capacity as a vice chairwoman of the committee that deals with transitional housing, transitional telecommunications. I do have regular contact with all of our providers and I have a concern that we've skipped over the public hearing process, as I've actually heard from the constituents, specifically the constituents in the areas of where they are going to be erecting these towers. And there's a concern with them not being notified, as well as the concern that comes with the erection of towers. I brought the concern directly to Liberty and certainly engaged with the constituents. So I think that we, as senators, it's really important that we sometimes have to pull back on measures to ensure that the public gets to have the proper input. And I'm really surprised that we've reached this level where there has not been that public input. I have asked Liberty to
30 seconds.
Reconsider, to go back and to work with certainly procurement along, of course, obviously, where we could, where in fact the public hearings need to take place. And I know for a fact the concerns that, at least I know in the Fortuna area, as an example, is raised about the longstanding request that they made for the safety of their communities. We feel the same here, all throughout the Virgin Islands here in St. Croix, the east areas, west areas. So at the end of the day, there's a balance between for safety, as well as the importance, certainly, of getting improved services, and I support that as well. So at the appropriate time, I will vote accordingly. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Whitaker. If you need an additional 30 seconds, Senator, I will afford that to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman. And I want to just highlight that we have to be really, we're moving forward like we should, of course, because we need improved services. We know that. We have a lot of dead areas, drop calls. We know that. But that's the balance we have to strike, right? The balance that has to be struck. And so, and when these towers are erected, they, even though we're improving a small portion, like a small part of the portion of the property, it had something called a fall zone, where then there's more property being utilized, that they will take over. And of course, we know what happens when towers are erected, how we can change the landscape, the environment impact, and so on and so forth. So what I suggest we really do is we hold back this measure to actually have this go through a public hearing process, whereby we hear from the residents and even look to work with, because our government is, let me put it also to our government, it's not, let me put everything clear here. It is our government who came up with the locations on this effort predates Liberty, goes back to AT&T. Liberty bought bought over, and so the purchasers of the Virgin Islands customers and Virgin Islands service. And so all of to say, we have our own government entities that we need to circle back up with to ensure that they also are following the right processes. And so everyone can actually, feel at the end of the day, a decision has to be made, but we have to do so fairly, transparently, and certainly with the public's interest in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Whitaker. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I had an opportunity to vet these measures during the Committee of Jurisdiction, and at the appropriate time, I will be voting on these measures. I too join into the concern that we don't want, Liberty has not done well to the people of the Virgin Islands. We continue to see a lot of drop calls. The prices continue to go up, and there's no one to really address some of the concerns that have been raised by the consumers in respect to the deficient level of service compared to the continued uprise and increase in the cost of phone service. We have the issue of NIMBY. Not in my backyard. We have to be concerned that this antenna mechanism that's being established, wireless 5G, whatever, is not close to our community of St. John. And we need to afford them an opportunity to decide and ensure that this is far away from where individuals may reside, and this does not present any threat. I am equally concerned about connectivity throughout the Virgin Islands, but I'm not sure that just the installation of this one wireless system will address what we have been seeing in terms of the deficiency that Liberty continue to provide us in terms of inadequate services to the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll vote my conscience on the behalf of the people at the appropriate time.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of Bill number 34-0 212 regarding an act amending Title 28, Chapter 29, Section 660 of the Virgin Islands Code regarding the notice and publication of list of abandoned property. This piece of legislation was properly vetted in the committee which I chair, and I voted in favor of it. I do have concerns about Bill number 34-0276, which is proposed lease between Liberty and the Department of Property and Procurement to erect a tower in that area. And it is because we did not have an opportunity to hear from the surrounding neighborhood residents where this tower is going to be erected. We don't know what their sense is, and I think we need to really have a public hearing and have something more publicized than the hearing that we have. I don't know if we went to the greatest extent to get input from the neighbors surrounding the area, knowing that these towers do emit some radio wave, which have been tested to be carcinogen, cancer-causing agent. So I do have some concern. I just really would prefer us to have a hearing on it and make sure that we get our residents involved. The other A9 trucking lease, I have no issue with that. That was properly vetted. I understand where it's going to be located, and it was also being placed there so that it could accommodate the move. Mr. Chairman, I'll just wrap up quick. To accommodate and moves to also put in some wind farm in that area, and I believe that was done to accommodate the Waste Management Authority. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Very fast and as simple as I can. Bill number 340212. I definitely will support this measure. Bill number 340274. I also do support this measure. Bill number 340276. I have my issues with this. This process must not be just eliminated. People have to have their say. You're going to put it in my backyard. I must know, understand everything about what you're going to put in my backyard. We have to respect our people in this territory, the little piece of land that they own. We don't just put something there and depreciate somebody's value, because I guarantee you, none of us that sit in here would allow it to be in our backyard. So let's give these people of this territory, and I understand the needs for communication, but make sure that people have a fair chance to speak and say their feelings about whatever it is coming in their backyard. I really can't support this measure because I think we are really not allowed the Department of DPNR to do their due diligence and do a community town hall meeting, speak to the residents. Every other bill and measures that we have done in related to stuff like this, we have heard from the people in the community. In this situation, I haven't heard. And I cannot support this measure not knowing what the people of St. John that lives in this area, and I don't know where the land is. So I don't know if there's a house 1 foot, 2 foot, 10 foot, or a mile from this zone. But the people should have their voices be heard. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Let's see, Senator Gittins. I rise in support of the 3 bills in this block, and I know that the bill number 34-0276 is the bill that some of my colleagues have expressed some concern about regarding possible issues associated by erecting a cell phone tower. I know that my colleague from St. Croix mentioned NIMBY, the not in my backyard syndrome, that oftentimes impedes our ability to move forward because you can always find someone to say, I am not comfortable with this this move, this technological move occurring in my backyard. Similarly, if you traverse St. John, you know that you have some areas in St. John where you just go cold turkey, blank, no communication, using your cell phone. You might as well just turn the cell phone off, which to me is a quality of life issue for St. Johnians. To live in St. John, to travel the island, and to not have the security of being able to communicate in a emergency situation where you need to use your cell phone, it is the most frustrating thing. I traveled to St. John just a week ago, and certain areas of the island, you simply cannot get a cell connection. And I don't think it's fair for St. Johnians to have to experience that inconvenience. It is a quality of life issue. It is a health and safety issue also. I don't know on a small island if there's ever going to be a location where you can erect a cell tower where it's not going to be in somebody's backyard. At the appropriate time, I will put my vote on this matter on the record. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, at the appropriate time, I'll be casting my vote as well. I return the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I am not a member of this committee, so I will look to see whatever the outcome is so I could vote accordingly on the floor. But in regards to my piece of legislation 34-0212, I would really like for my colleagues to support this piece of legislation because it is timely. We have to do what we have to do to make sure that the people of this territory get access to their money and make sure that the entities that are legally responsible do their part and their duty to educate and put the information out there. I don't think it's a fair situation that someone might have a check for $200,000 and for 10 years you never bothered to tell them. That is not a fair situation. So we have to do a much better job at making sure the people of the territory gets what is rightfully theirs. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Well said, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not a member of this committee, so I cannot vote in this committee, but at the same time, as I stated in my opening statement, I am the sponsor of this piece of legislation. The firefighters, the first responders are the one that came to me, asked me to assist them in their situation that they're facing at this current time. I went to St. John. As a matter of fact, I was in St. John for the last 5 days. I went to St. John. I met with them. I understand where they're coming from. Yes, I understand we should, and we have been meeting in terms of the process with individuals in those different neighborhoods because it's only right. They are the one that have concern. They are the one that have should be heard. At the same time, I know my colleague stated that it's a health and safety issue. It's more than that, my colleague. It's a life and death issue, period. And if and but about it. And if we decide not to move forward, well, it's on us. But at the same time, I must say, I know I did my part. They came to me. I responded accordingly in a positive, and I look forward to hearing how you guys move forward. And I thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time. I don't really have much more to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary stands in recess for 2 minutes. Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record. Colleagues, do we hear a motion? Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 34-0212, an act amending Title 28, Chapter 29, Section 660 of the Virgin Islands Code to include additional requirements for the notice and publication of lists of abandoned property be voted upon favorably here in this committee and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator Joseph and Senator Johnson. Roll call on Bill number 34-0212.
Senator Nobel E. Francis Jr.
Yes.
Senator Francis Yeh. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Yes. Senator Payne, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Yay.
Senator Whitaker, yay. Mr. Chair, we have 7 yay.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, Bill number 34-0212, an act amending Title 28, Chapter 29, Section 660 of the Virgin Islands Code to include additional requirements for the notice and publication of lists of abandoned property has been favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration.
Joseph, let's go.
Is there a motion? Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, I move Bill number 34-0274, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and A9 Trucking Enterprises, Inc., doing business as end-to-end water supply for parcel number 1-20-1, Estate Bovoni, numbers 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, on the island of St. Thomas, for the purpose of operating a water delivery, trucking, heavy equipment business, a repair garage, and for other related purposes, be voted upon favorably in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Is there a second?
Kenny.
Properly moved by Senator Joseph, seconded by Senator Gittins. Roll call on Bill number 34-0274.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Senator Payne, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Yay.
Senator Whitaker, yay. Mr. Chair, we have 7 yay.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 34-0274, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and A9 Trucking Enterprises, Incorporating, doing business as end-to-end water supply for parcel number 1-20-1, Estate Bovoni, numbers 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter on the island of St. Thomas, for the purpose of operating a water delivery, trucking, heavy equipment business, a repair garage, and for other related purposes, has been favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 34-0276, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and Liberty Mobile USVI, Inc. for parcel number 6-4-1, Estate Carolina, number 1, Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, to develop, construct, operate, maintain, repair, replace, and upgrade a wireless communication facility and for other related purposes be held in this committee. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senators Joseph and Johnson. Roll call on the motion to hold Bill number 34-0276 in committee at the call of the chair.
Senator Nobel E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? Yes. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson?
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr.? Senator Payne, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter?
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker?
Yay.
Senator Whitaker, yay. Mr. Chair, 6 yay, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 34-0276, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Liberty Mobile USVI Incorporated for parcel number 6-4-1, Estate Carolina, number 1, Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, to develop, construct, operate, maintain, repair, replace, and upgrade a wireless communication facility and for other related purposes will be held in the Committee of Rules and Judiciary. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to explain that the bill was held in after we caucused and agreed that we hold a bill that's 0276 with the property over in St. John. There's concerns that we just wanted to put out publicly. The proponent of the bill stated that he will put out notice to the St. John residents that if they have any oppositions or concerns relative to this bill, that they'll have an opportunity to reach out to the senators or his office before session date. If there's no concerns, then he will proceed, but we just wanted to give them notice if they have any concerns relative to this bill. That's 34-0276, the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Liberty Mobile. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Point of personal privilege, Senator Francis Heiliger.
I just wanted to take this moment to say thank you to my colleagues in the committee of this specific committee in order to really allow me to have these two pieces of legislation move forward unanimously. As legislators, our goal is to create laws, alter and amend laws to benefit the people of this territory. And these two pieces of legislation will definitely do that. And I hope to get the support on the Senate floor during our next session. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Colleagues, we have exhausted our testimony. We've exhausted our day. Thank you for the time. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. and the hard work that you've done today on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. I really want to extend kudos and gratitude to our hardworking central staff employees who work tirelessly and quietly behind the scenes to ensure that we look good. Thank you very much for all that you do. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary meeting of July of July 7th, 2022 is hereby adjourned.
la la